Rebecca from Darling Leather and Fur. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to make a fur hunting muff and leather bag from start to finish, either by hand sewing or using a fur sewing machine. This video has bookmarked chapters that you can find in the description below. And please encourage anyone interested to purchase their own copy of the pattern so that I can continue to make new patterns and tutorials. All right, let's get started. So when you print off the pattern, I recommend you start by printing off the printing instructions page and the first page of the pattern, page number 1 of the pattern pieces, so that you can check the scale squares. Make sure you're printing at actual size or custom scale 100% so that the pattern pieces aren't printing larger or smaller than they're intended to be. So I'm going to check both of these scale squares. The smaller square needs to measure exactly 1 inch, the larger square exactly 4 centimeters. You don't have to measure them both. They're just there in case you have a preference of inches or centimeters. And that one's correct. So now I'm going to check this one. And if I'm printing off a pattern for the first time, or if I'm using a new computer or a new printer, I'll print off just this first page and this page and check them both. That way, if I print them out and the scale is wrong, I'm not wasting all these pages that are incorrect, and I'll have to toss them out and try again. So print these 2 pages until they're the correct size. A couple troubleshooting things I've found is haven't been able to successfully print the right scale from a phone. So use a computer or a tablet, and then also you need to download the file to your computer and print it offline. Sometimes the PDF will open in your web browser, and printing from the web browser, sometimes there are errors either in the scale or just funny things happening with like one page overlaying on top of the next page and printing together. So there may be glitches if you try to print it from a file that you've opened in your web browser online. So this printing instructions page also shows us the layout of all the pattern pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. So I'm going to keep this for reference where I can look at it in case I forget the layout. Suggested pattern layouts, we don't need that right now, so I'll set that aside for later. And then I'm going to get started on putting all of the pattern pieces together. The actual pattern pieces that we need are inside the outline, and we don't need all of the border. But we don't need to cut off the border on every single page. We just need to cut off where they're going to overlap so that I can make this triangle meet there and put these lines together. So I don't do anything to the first page, and then I cut off this left border on the first row, which is the first 5 pages. And if you purchased the pre-printed pattern, you won't have to do any of this. It'll come in a big, huge sheet that's folded up, and you'll fold it out, and you can skip all this. Okay, so that's going to be my first row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 through 5 there. So I'm just going to cut off this left side of each piece of paper and then tape them together. Okay, those are all trimmed. You can use tape or glue stick to glue these together. So on each piece, you need to complete these little diamonds. There's little circles down here with letters in them, matching up the letters A to A. Ignore the big A, we're looking at the little A's. And the We're making a half circle and making sure that our pattern piece lines match up too. Okay. Then the same thing for the rest of these. Okay, so we have this top row assembled. Now's a good time to look at the size chart. We'll give you an idea of the sizes of the adult size and the child size. The adult size is all the pattern pieces in red. The child size is all the pattern pieces in blue. And the bag pattern pieces are outlined in black. And that gives you an idea of the finished sizes. If you have a hunting muff you're using that you like, you can compare the sizes to give you a better idea of which one you would want to make. The best thing you can do is to make a mock-up or a trial out of a non-stretch fabric on the outside and fleece on the inside, and use the batting so that you can test it and see which size you prefer before using your fur. That way you're not wasting any fur. If you think you want the smaller size and you try it out and you decide, it's really too small, I wish I'd made the bigger one. That way you're not wasting time or fur making the size that you don't like. Same thing with the bag. You can use a non-stretch fabric to make a trial of the bag, and all of these sizes are adjustable. I'll show how to do that as we go along here. So if you like the width, the diameter of the adult size, but it's too long, I'll show you how to shorten it up. So you can make whatever size you want, really. Back to the layout. So we have finished the top row, 1 through 5, and now we're coming down to the next row for 6 through 10. And on this first page, page number 6, I'm only going to cut off this top extra, and then on the other ones I'm going to cut off the left side and the top, and then do the same thing for the rest of them. So once you get to page 7, you're going to complete this little circle of A's, complete this 3/4 circle of B's, and we're going to make sure everything's lining up the best we can. And I'm off just a touch on the bottom here, but that's okay. It's a big pattern. We want to be pretty precise, but it doesn't have to be perfect. This is one of those cases where we're going for good enough. Okay, and I'm out of space on my table to continue laying out the next sheet, so I'm going to separate these pattern pieces a bit. This lining piece here is complete, so I'm just going to set this aside. And then I have this big fur piece here, but there's a little bit of the next piece underneath it. So I'm going to cut that off and keep it out and set aside the big fur piece. Get my next 5 sheets. 11, 12. Okay, so I lost my numbers on these pages because they were in the middle of the page. They stayed with that part of the pattern, but I still have these letters in the corner to match up. So I know that this number 11 goes under here because I need to match up these letter E's. And then that also has a letter E, and so on. Okay, we have that row. On to the next row. Okay, and again, I'm out of space on my table, so I'm gonna cut out this adult size batting piece and this child size fur piece and save these bottom pieces. I'm also gonna cut out this little piece for the leather lanyard loop. Save that, don't lose it. And don't cut through these dotted lines. We'll use those later. Okay, on to the next row. This is a lot of taping and cutting to start with, but the good news is there's only 2 sizes and they're laid out separately so that you print this out one time, tape it together, cut it out one time, and then you have your large size, your adult size, and your child size, and you don't have to print and cut again. And now we're on to our last row, and there are only 29 pages. You're not missing page 30, it's not there. Okay, so now I'm going to separate these pieces. Bag pieces, I'm going to keep the bag pieces together. So now I'm going to go back through and cut out the pattern pieces precisely. And again, don't cut down those dotted lines. Just stick with the solid lines. And don't forget to cut out the darts. So when you get to the batting piece, just cut along the bottom line. Leave those other 2. Cut out the leather lanyard loop. And don't lose it. And then you can cut out your bag pieces. Put all of your little pieces together, and I'm going to clip them all to the bag so these little guys don't get lost. If you want to adjust the size of the pattern, I'll show you how to do that. Let's say that you made the child size as it is, and you want it to be narrower this way. I'll show you how to make it smaller. So whatever you do to one piece, you need to do to the other pieces that are involved in the pattern. I'm going to draw a line right down the middle of the pattern, just from one triangle to the other. Draw a line down the middle, and I'm going to cut right along that line. So this measures 16 inches wide. I want it 2 inches narrower. So I'm going to measure 2 inches from my cut line, mark that out. Draw my line all the way down. I'm going to overlap these pieces, tape them, and now it is 14 inches wide. And keep in mind that the finished width of the muff is going to be narrower than this pattern piece because of how the edges roll in. But you've already made your sample and you decided you wanted it 2 inches narrower. This is how you would do it. Just tape your pieces, tape your pattern pieces together. This would also be a good modification if you're using a pelt that's just a little bit too narrow to make the size that you want. If you need an extra ½ inch shorter, 1 inch shorter, that's not going to make a big difference in your finished muff. but it might make a difference on whether or not it's going to fit on your pelt. So it's good to do in that case. So we've modified the fur piece. We need to do the same thing to the lining piece and the batting piece. When you're cutting down the middle, you're always cutting like from triangle to triangle. You're not cutting this way, only this way. Okay, so now I've made all the pieces 2 inches narrower, which will make our finished muff 2 inches narrower overall. If you want to make the muff wider, you're going to decide how much wider you want it to be. Let's say we just want this to be 1 inch wider. We like the fit, but it's not quite wide enough. So I'm going to take some scrap paper and I'm going to tape it behind one side. Split it up the middle just like we did if we were making it smaller. Doesn't have to look great. I'm going to measure over from this side 1 inch. My straight line, and then you have to make sure you're level on the top and bottom. Tape this side down. Man, that tape. And then trim off any excess. Maybe use more tape so it behaves a little bit better. There. So now you have the fur pattern piece adjusted so it's 1 inch wider. And again, you need to do the same thing for the other pattern pieces. The batting and the lining. How you can adjust the muff pattern to be narrower or wider. You can do the same thing with the bag pattern. You can make it narrower or wider. You can even do both. So for the muff pattern, we're making it wider this way. I wouldn't adjust the circumference by making it smaller or larger in this direction, because you could throw things off that way. But with the bag, because it's a simpler pattern, we can adjust both ways. So I'll show you how to make it bigger. So the center line on the bag is this plus, and that line down there. So let's say I made my trial bag and it's just not going to fit all the stuff I want to fit in it. And I estimate that I need the bag to be 2 inches wider and 1 inch taller. Okay, I want it 2 inches wider. So I'm adjusting the width this way by 2 inches. Need to make sure we're level with the other side. Looks good. Okay, we're 2 inches wider. We need to do the same thing to this pattern piece. So I'm going to cut down the middle. Measure 2 inches over. We will need to replace some of our marks that we lost. So we lost these 2 circles. Well, first, square that up. Okay, so we need to redraw some of the marks that we lost. There was a plus right here that was marking where our button or toggle is going to be sewn on. So we need to remark that center mark. And that is pretty easy to do. You just fold it in half. Now you have a new center line from the fold, and match the height up with those marks. You can remark that so you don't lose the hash mark. And then we lost our little circles that are going to mark where we're punching holes to put the leather lace through. So, same thing. We remark our center line. I'm going to mark where those are going to be, and hash mark in the middle. So that made it wider. Now I want to make it taller. And going to adjust that on the bottom half of this piece, because this right here is our loops that we're going to put our waist strap of the muff through there. So I don't want to mess with having to move those marks. So I'm going to draw a line. It doesn't really matter where, as long as you're underneath those, but my ruler's 3 inches wide, so I'm going to draw it 3 inches from the bottom on this piece, and 3 inches from the bottom on this piece. Then I'm going to cut and spread it. We're going to make it 1 inch taller. Same thing here. Okay, so now we have redrafted the bag pattern. Make it bigger to whatever size you want. And because we did our adjustments in the same place on each side, our notches are still going to match up more or less when we sew it together. If you want, you can also adjust the pocket. This is for the little inside pocket. And where we did the adjustment, we end up with a bigger pocket. So you could do the same adjustments for this, 2 inches wider, 1 inch taller. Or if you want to keep the pocket the same size, you just decide where you want it to go and trace it onto that pattern piece, and we would ignore those lines and sew it down there. So your call on that, but if you don't like the predetermined size, it's easy to make whatever size you want. So after you've assembled the pattern and cut out the pattern pieces, we can get started on the fur. I did include in the pattern suggested pattern layouts. There's a whole lot of variables and possibilities. So these are some suggestions to get you started and give you some guidance. It's not the law. You can change the layout and do basically whatever you want. These are my guidelines. The sizes of the pelts are based on the auction standards for trapper dried pelts before tanning. After the pelts are tanned, they're going to shrink by about 15%. When we block the pelts, we should get that back. So if you're looking up the sizes, the measurements are pre-tanned. And you'll notice that the whole pattern piece for the adult size muff will fit on an extra large beaver pelt. You'll have to split it into pieces for coyote, otter, raccoon, and fox. I do think you'll need the long otter pelt, like an extra large otter, in order to get the width. Same thing with the coyotes. And then you have that bottom area to use for something else. We're going to do raccoon today for demonstration. And you'll notice that the pattern is split up into pieces, and on the pattern piece, that's what these long dotted lines are for. So if you need to cut the pattern apart in order to fit it on 2 or more pelts, you have some guidelines already. So I'm going to get started on opening the pelts, and then we'll come back to the pattern layout once we're blocking them. So once you've selected your pelts, unless you chose beaver, you'll need to open the pelts, and I'll show 2 different ways to do that. One way is to turn the pelt inside out, and more or less eyeball it from the center bottom up to the chin. I'm going to use a pen or a marker so it's a little bit easier to see. And the chin, a lot of times the chins will have some sort of little visible marks from where they have whiskers. Those are right there, so that I know is the center of the chin. And with some pelts, you can kind of see the grain of the hair through the hide. That'll give us a little line to trace along. So I'm going to cut the pelt right there. And I am going to use a furrier knife. This is the knife handle, and that's the blade. And I change out to a new blade for every new project. So this part goes back, push down on that little tab, and then that slides down and around. And I keep just a little pill bottle for a sharps container. And then the blades for the furrier knife come in a 2-pack. And you have to be careful when you're handling these because they have a sharp edge here and on that side. If you don't want to buy a furrier knife, you can use a scalpel or a box cutter, razor blade with a nice handle on it. They're not quite as sharp as the furrier blades, and they're a little bit thicker, so there's a little bit more resistance, but those will work just fine if you're doing just a project or 2. No need to spend the money on a furrier knife. When we're cutting through the hide, we want to make sure we're just using the tip of the blade. If you push the knife through too far, you're going to end up cutting a lot of hairs, and then that will look really obvious once the hairs have been cut off, which is also why we never want to use scissors to cut the hide, because you'll cut a lot of hairs, then you have a really harsh edge that looks bad. So just the tip of the knife, follow my line, and now the pelt's open, and I'll show another method. Another way you can do it is if you use a wooden stretching board. If you don't have a wooden stretching board, you could use some cardboard, just something to put in there inside the cased pelt so that your knife isn't going through to the other side of the pelt. But with it on the board, you can look down and see the center line of the hair. So it always kind of mohawks up a little bit towards the middle. You can look from either end. Sometimes it's easier to see from one side or the other. And then follow that line like this. And this is just about the only time where I'm not worried about just using the tip of the blade. I just lay the knife along the board and push it through the hide. Try both methods of opening the pelt. Decide which one you like better. The next thing I do is cut off the tail. Try and cut it straight, because if you use it for anything else, it's nice if it's already straight and you don't have to fix that. And cut off the face. And I'm just going 1/2 inch or so behind the ear holes. Set that aside. The reason I always cut off the face is because the pelt will stretch wider at the top with the face off. And then open the leg holes. And then the same thing with the other pelt. And now is when you'll mark the center line. So look for the middle of that hair change for the tail, just about there, which might not be exactly the center of your cut line. And then the center of the neck. And then connect the line. And what we're marking there is the center of the pelt, but also we're marking where that spine is, where the hair is going to look different along the spine. It's not super prominent on a raccoon. It's even less noticeable on a beaver pelt. Coyote and fox have more of a distinct center line, so we want to mark that. Don't be too worried about being really precise, because as you wear the garment, whatever you're making, the hair's going to move, and that center line is going to shift a little bit. So you don't have to worry about measuring to the nearest millimeter, trying to figure out exactly where that lies. Mark it at the top, mark it at the bottom, connect them, good enough. So on a raccoon, you can see there's a pretty drastic difference between the length of the hair on the belly and the length and density of the hair along the back. So I want to mark out where that transition happens, so I can try to keep my pattern pieces where the good fur is. On coyotes and foxes, they have big bald patches on their flanks, and so you would mark that out. So to mark it, I'm going to feel from the underside for where that transition is and put a few marks on the hide. Like that. I tend to always forget to do this until I'm actually blocking the hide, and I just do it then. It's easier to draw on the pelt when it's dry, so it's best to do it at this stage if you can remember to. Okay, and then we will look and see if we need to repair any damage. I'm going to look on both sides of the pelt. So I'm going to look on this side and see if there's any holes. Definitely have a couple holes on this one. Look on the other side and see if there's any additional bald spots. This is also when you would want to brush out the pelt. Brushing will get out any tangles that are in the hair. If there's any sawdust in there, it'll help get sawdust out as they tumble the hides in sawdust after tanning. I like to go with the hair and then perpendicular to the hair. And it really makes it nice and fluffy and soft looking. You can see the difference between the brushed pelt and the unbrushed pelt. There, now that one looks really nice too. And while you're brushing, you brush slowly against the grain and see if you notice any bald spots. Sometimes there's areas where there's a scar, or they got hurt or got some hair pulled out before they were harvested, and they'll have a little bald spot that you can see on the hair side, but you cannot see on the hide side. So check both sides. And sometimes bald spots on the hair side won't be visible until after we've blocked the hide. And if that's the case, you've blocked the hide, the next day you take it off the boards and you notice, oh, there was a little bald spot here that I didn't see before. You can repair it and reblock the hide, or you can decide if you could work around it or live with it. So that'll be up to you. Okay, so this is the one we started with. There's a little hole here, and we look from both sides. So you'll notice the bald area is slightly bigger than the hole, so I know I need to cut that a little bit wider than just the hole. And this one I'm going to cut out an ellipse or a football shape. And this is for simple and small repairs, the shape. And again, just using the tip of that blade. I'm going to check the hair side and make sure I got all of the damage out. I did. There's a little spot here, and that I don't even need to cut it out. I can just sew it closed, although I know that probably I'm not going to even use this part of the pelt, so I don't really need to worry about it. And then down here where the tannery stamped the ID code on it, there's a couple little holes and it feels thin right there. So I'm going to look here, and there is pretty big bald spot there. So I'm going to need to fix that. This is bigger than what I can repair with an ellipse. This is going to need a different technique called a drop or a tongue repair. So I need to mark the edges of this. I'm going to feel from the other side for the boundaries of that bald area. It's pretty much going to end up being that whole stamp. It goes a little bit wider too. Just about all the way over there. So for repairs, for ellipses and for drops, you want them to be parallel with how the fur is laying. That will keep them less obvious once the repair is finished. If you go perpendicular to how the hair is laying, they'll be more obvious. So for a drop, I'm going to take a piece like this out to remove the damage. And then I need to have, let's see, that wasn't quite centered. A big triangle piece like this. So I'm going to take out that piece, that's the damaged area. And then I'm going to cut this triangle, slide it down, so the triangle will be sewn here and then into there. So if your hair is going this way, there's a couple different ways you can do drops, depending on the shape of the damaged area. So you could do a simple square. This is your damaged area. Or you can do parallelogram. But you need to make sure that these lines on the side are parallel with the way that the hair is flowing. If the hair is flowing this way, you cannot do a sideways drop. One thing you can do is if the area that you're cutting out is really large and towards the center of the hide you have hide on the top and the bottom, you can do a double drop where this is the damaged area that you're cutting out. You're going to cut out this piece and slide it to the middle here, cut out this piece and slide it to the middle here. You sew them together here, and then you sew them into that V again. These will make more sense once you see this one done, but I'll also do a little demonstration on paper. That'll make it easier to understand. So small repairs, we repair with an ellipse shape, and you just cut out the ellipse, and then sew that together. You can see when you sew it together, it distorts the paper. You're going to sew that together, there's going to be puckers on either end, it's not laying flat anymore. We just discard that part of the ellipse. With large areas of repair, if we took that out as an ellipse, it would distort the paper a lot when we sewed those edges together. So for larger repairs, you can do a single drop or a double drop. And to do that, we cut out the damaged area, throw it away. Then we cut this triangle and we keep it because the triangle is not damaged. And we slide the triangle down. And then that gets sewn there. And then this edge gets sewn up to the point. Let's see if we can make the paper bend enough for this. Okay. And then we sew this side all the way up. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. It's easier to do on the hide though. So that we save more of the hide, we don't have to discard it. So when we do our ellipse, we discard the whole piece that we cut out. If we're doing a drop, we only discard the damaged area. We save the rest of it. So this is good for big repairs and it causes less of a disruption on the hide. If we have a really big repair, we can do a double drop. If we have the hide for it, you need hide on the top and hide on the bottom. Whereas this, we can only do a single drop because we only have hide on the top. There's really nothing on the bottom to move. Okay, so we're discarding that damaged area. Cutting out but saving these little triangles. And we've marked the middle of the damaged area. So I left marks on the sides so I know where the center is. So I can move this to the center and move this to the center. And those get sewn to the center. And then you sew up one side, sew up that side, and then you sew that side closed all the way up. Hopefully that helps explain it. You'll see it on the hide also. So cut this out. Now that I'm looking at it, that doesn't look that straight. It's not going to matter that much, but I might as well adjust it. If you drew some lines on the pelt and you decide you don't like them, use a different color so that you're not confusing yourself on which line to cut. So there's our damaged area that we're taking out. I'm going to check to see if the margins are good. They are. I'm going to cut this almost to the end, but not quite. I'm leaving it attached a little bit so that this piece doesn't get lost. When I'm ready to sew, I'll just give it a little tug, it'll rip out, and then I'll sew it in place. Especially if you have a repair or a pelt with multiple drop repairs on it, you want to leave those attached, because if they fall off the pelt before you're sewing them, then you have to try and remember which piece goes where. So leave it attached just slightly. Okay, so that is pelt number 1. Pelt number 2, we're going to do the same. Check for damage. This one has a very similar area of damage in just about the same spot. This side looks okay. So my general rule of thumb with repairs is if it's nickel sized or smaller, I can do that with an ellipse. If it's larger than a nickel, then I need to think about doing a drop repair. This one is kind of right on the edge, but right on the edge of drop or ellipse, but because of the location, it's mostly belly fur, and I don't really want to use the belly fur anyway because it's super thin. It doesn't look very nice. It doesn't feel very nice. I'm just going to do an ellipse right here. If you're repairing a very small pelted species, a small species like muskrat or mink, then your repairs need to be smaller also. So you're instead of judging by a nickel size, you're down to more of like a dime. If it's smaller than a dime, you could do an ellipse. If it's bigger than a dime, you can do a drop. Okay, I'm going to feel out this damage and mark it. And this is larger than nickel. This is more like quarter sized. So according to my rule, generally I would do a drop, but it's also kind of right on that edge of an area that I don't really want to use. I don't want to use that leg fur unless I have to. There's also some rub damage underneath it. So on this one, I'm going to make the call to just do an ellipse. Go up a little higher. Yeah. And that's something you'll get a better feel for with practice. You'll be able to see what size repairs you can do and they'll still be invisible, or what size repairs you can do and the pelt will still be able to stretch out flat when it's blocked. With raccoons, you also have to watch out for nipples. if I knew that the pattern pieces were wide enough that I was going to be using this belly fur, I would use a little ellipse to cut out every nipple and then sew it closed. I'm not going to do that with the raccoon because I don't want to use that belly fur. My plan is to stretch the pelt wide enough that I won't need to use that fur. If you are sewing anything with bobcats, you probably will have to cut out and sew up each of those. So if you're going to be hand sewing, I'll show you how to do that now. You'll need some sort of upholstery thread. The details don't really matter. This is just a Coates & Clark upholstery thread. So we're going to cut a length of it, longer if you're doing a longer seam. And you'll need a Glover's needle. I like size 3. Glover's needle is the type of needle. It's meant for sewing leather. John James is the brand. It doesn't have to be John James. Just need a Glover's needle. The needle ready. And optional, if you want, you can wax your thread. It just helps it hold the stitches a little bit better so they're not loosening as you're sewing. And this is just a little bit of beeswax. Okay, so I'm going to put my knot in the thread before I thread the needle. And we need it to be kind of a big knot. So you're going to make a loop and take the little thread tail under 4 times or more. 3, 4. And that's going to give us a pretty big size knot so that our knot won't pull through the hide. And I'm going to take the other end of the thread and put it through the needle. And this is how I like to have my needle threaded when I sew. The reason is if I do a stitch and I don't like where I stitched it, I can take the needle off the thread, pull the thread out of that one stitch, put the needle back on and keep sewing. If you thread your needle like this and tie the 2 ends together, then your needle is tied on your thread, and if you want to undo a stitch, you have to cut the thread to get the needle off, and then cut new thread, rethread, retie. That's why I like to thread my needle like this. I like to use a thimble. This is a clover leather thimble. I usually put it on my middle finger, and then I hold the needle like this, and when I'm sewing, I push it with my middle finger. You might want to put the thimble on your thumb if you're pushing with your thumb. If you start sewing without a thimble, whichever one of your fingers is getting sore, put the thimble on that finger. So when you're sewing, if you're sewing on a regular sewing machine or if you're hand sewing, you want to start with what's called a back stitch, which helps strengthen the seam. If you're sewing on a fur sewing machine, there is no back stitch, don't worry about it. But I'm going to start on this end and sew this way, but instead of starting right on the edge, I'm going to start about a 1/2 inch away from it. And I'm only sewing less than 1/8 inch from the edge. I'm going to sew this way. I'm going to space my stitches apart like a 1/4 inch right now. So my stitches are really close to the edge, but about a 1/4 inch apart from each other. And then I'm going to sew back this way. And I'm going to put my stitches in between my previous ones. That one didn't really work out where I wanted it. Okay. With the Glover's needle, it has a triangular, very sharp cutting point. And if you sew through the thread that you've previously sewn, you might cut it. So go between your previous stitches. And now that I got back to the beginning here, now I'm going to sew with my stitches about 1/8 inch apart. The reason we're doing this, this back stitch here, is if there's tension on the end, and we had started sewing right here, if our knot was right there and there was tension on it, that knot could just pull right out and then our seam could start to unravel. With our knot here in our back stitch, it adds a lot of strength to the end of our seams. And I'm pulling the thread snug, but not super tight. As you go, you can tuck the hair in with the end of your needle. And you can probably see that this side is a little bit longer than this side. So if I keep my edges aligned as I'm sewing here, I'm going to end up with a bubble on the end. So starting now, since I noticed it, I'll point my needle this way so that by the time I get down here, I will have worked all of this slack evenly throughout this space here. And you can see it's starting to even out. Now I'm about 1/2 inch away from this end, and I'm going to space my stitches out to about 1/4 inch again, so that when I back stitch, I'll go in between them. And so let's say I put a stitch wrong. I really don't want to stitch there. To undo it, take the needle off the thread, pull the stitch out, and then rethread your needle. That's why I don't double and tie the 2 thread tails together. Okay, so once I've gotten past my back stitch spot, need to tie off the thread. And with a normal needle, I would stick the needle under one of those other loops of thread and tie the knot, but I don't want to do that with this needle because it'll just cut that thread and then I'll have to resew it. So I'm going to stick it through just a little bit of the hide. It can just be one side, it doesn't have to be both sides. And then I'm going to pull it until I have a little loop there. And this part's a little tricky. I don't know if this knot has a real name, but I always think of it as a figure 8 knot. So I'm going to go through that loop and pull it slowly until there's another loop. And then from the top, I'm going to come down and go through that second loop. And then I'm going to pull that really slowly till it tightens up. Sometimes it tightens early and leaves a little bit of slack, and that's okay. I'm going to do another one just a little bit farther down. So we always want at least 2 knots for security. Okay, so the same thing again. I'm going to pull that until there's a loop. I'm going to go from the top down and through that loop and pull it, and then we have a second loop. I'm going to go from the top down through the second loop and then very slowly pull it tight. There we go. I'm going to save this thread so you can sew up the next hole with that thread. And there is a hand sewn repair. And when you're sewing most things with fur, when you're done sewing, ideally you want the edges to lay edge to edge without being pulled up next to each other. So when you're done sewing, put a little tension on it and flatten it out, and that's how we get a 0 seam allowance. So if you're sewing with fabric, you need to have some seam allowance. So you're sewing however much, in this case 1/4 inch away from the edge of the fabric, and that is your seam allowance. We need to do that with fabric because fabric has a tendency to unravel. And if we sew directly on the edge of the fabric, the stitches would just pull out and the fabric would unravel. With hides, we don't have to worry about it unraveling, and so with fur especially, we want to sew it with a 0 seam allowance, edge to edge, so that it looks seamless from the other side. There are some cases when sewing with fur where you might want to use like an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, but we don't need to do that with this pattern, so we won't worry about that today. So this machine is a Texo 202. Texo does make other models also. There's a 402 and a 602 that are for really heavy duty fur sewing, like sheepskins, or if you're only sewing bear or only sewing bison, the 402 or the 602 might be the way to go. But if you're sewing garments with most wild pelts, then the 202 is the machine that you'll want. I use it for muskrat, on up to beaver. I have sewn bear successfully on it and bison. The 202 is going to give you the biggest range of what you can sew from thin to thick. The 402 and the 602 are more specifically for only sewing really thick hides. Watch out for which machine you're getting because it will make a difference and affect what you can and can't sew successfully. Texo makes new machines. There are a lot of vintage machines available. Bonus is the most common brand. The needle sizes that I'll be talking about are specific to Texo. Bonus uses a different needle size and needle system. So the size needle that I'm using for sewing raccoon is 60/80, so that'll be a different size if you're using a bonus machine, but I like that size for raccoon. If you're having trouble with skipped stitches while you're sewing, I would recommend trying a smaller needle size. When I got this machine, the needles that were recommended were a lot larger, and I had difficulty in consistency and difficulty with getting skipped stitches. When I switched to smaller thread and smaller needles, my results were a lot better. So I'm using a size 60/8 needle size. And then the thread I'm using right now is just a polyester all-purpose thread, what you would use in a regular home sewing machine. In a lot of instances, this will work really well. It works well for raccoon, beaver, coyote. I do have a blog post on my website that goes through a whole list of different scenarios and the thread and needle sizes that I recommend. So if you want more information on thread and needle sizes, you can check out that blog post. For using the fur sewing machine, there's a couple things that can be adjusted that are good to know about. Up here is the tension adjuster. So this affects how much tension is on the thread. The thread is fed through these two little discs, and if you tighten the screw, it puts more pressure on those discs, so there's more tension on the thread. If you loosen the screw, there's less tension on the discs and less tension on the thread. There's also down here, which is hard to see, there's a lever that adjusts the stitch length, which would be the distance between the stitches. And then the Texo also has a little screw in here to adjust the distance between the wheels. If you're sewing thicker hides, it's nice to have some space between the wheels so the hides aren't getting squished as much. And if you're sewing thinner hides, they can be all the way closed. As far as threading goes, follow your machine manual to learn how to thread it. When you're starting, before you sew on your project hides, you want to grab some scrap and do some practice stitches to make sure that you're happy with your settings. So I'm sewing very close to the edge here. We're going for that basically almost 0 seam allowance. And I'm going to demonstrate what it looks like if the thread tension is too loose. This is a hair guider from Samuel Bauer. It's a nice tool. So if your thread tension is too loose, hopefully you can see it. It'll start to get loopy on the top like that. When you flatten your seam, the edges will come apart. So that's too loose. Let's go too tight. So if it's too tight, the seam doesn't want to flatten. It will stay stuck up like that, which is good in some cases, but not what we want for right now. And the reason we don't want it like that is because it makes it more obvious on the hair side that there's a seam there. And when we're doing repairs, we want repairs to be as invisible as possible. So we're going to go somewhere in the middle. And check that out. That is pretty good. I think I'm going to stick with that. The seam flattened nicely. So you can see this was too loose. We have some gapping between the hides and the thread is still loose and loopy looking. This was too tight. The hide didn't flatten down. This is just right. The hide flattened nicely. It's a very neat, clean looking seam. So I'm going to stick with that. But to get your tension right, just do a bunch of practices and adjust as you go until you're happy with the results. And now I'm going to check the thread, the stitch length, which is the distance between stitches. That's a bit wider than I want. That's narrower than I want. That looks good. Okay, so that was wider than I wanted. That was tighter than I wanted. And that's pretty good on the end. Here's it from the other side. Maybe a subtle difference. That even might be a little close. I'm going to make that slightly wider. When you're sewing on the first sewing machine, your stitches, there's kind of a balance between too wide and too close and just right. If the stitches are too wide, the seam ends up a little bit loose and doesn't hold together quite as nicely. If the stitches are too close together, then you might be putting too many perforations in the hide, which will make the hide easy to tear. You want to balance between not too close and not too far so that the seam still has a lot of strength, but holds together better than if they're too wide. In general, if you're sewing a thicker hide, your stitches need to be spaced out a little bit more. If you're sewing a thinner hide, they need to be closer. And then also, when you're sewing thicker hides, you'll use a larger needle and a larger diameter thread. If you're sewing really thin hides, then you use the thinnest needle possible and the thinnest thread possible. And then in the middle is in the middle. Medium thread, medium needle. Okay, so I'm happy with those test stitches and ready to repair my hides. I'm going to start with this one, which was an ellipse that we cut out. So I'm just going to sew it closed. And the first sewing machine does have two pedals. One pedal, the right pedal opens the jaws, and the left pedal makes it go. Once you've got the project started, if your needle is through the pelt, then you can let go and adjust as needed. And I'm sewing pretty much as close to the edge as I can. because that's going to give me the most invisible repair, the least invisible. So I'm happy with that. And normally for repairs I use a light colored thread, but I'm using a dark thread today so it's more visible on camera. This is the second hide. We have this little ellipse and then the drop, and I'm gonna do the little ellipse first. The hide here is much thicker than what I was sewing earlier, and I noticed that my threads are getting a little bit loopy. So since the thread is thicker here, I'm going to tighten up the tension a little bit. And that's looking better. So the tension is never really something that's like set it and forget it. You may need to adjust it as you're sewing. Now it looks pretty good, but I missed the edge up here, so I'm just going to go back over that. There we go. That's better. I'm going to loosen my tension because when I'm sewing this in, this is thinner. Okay, so I'm ready to pop that out. And I do find it easier to sew up one of the sides first rather than trying to sew along the bottom edge. Because on the bottom edge, this hair is just sticking straight out and it's hard to get it in there and sew. So I'm going to save that for last and sew up the sides first. And all I'm really trying to do right now is get just this corner in there, get the hairs tucked in, and just get it started. Once I have a few stitches in, with my needle through the hide, I can even open the wheels so I can get better control of the hair, tuck the hair in, and do a few more stitches. With the first sewing machine, you're almost always just going to be sewing a little bit at a time and adjusting as you go. Sew right up to the point on the end of this drop and then stop. Okay, so I sewed up there and stopped at the end of that point. Now I'm going to get this corner in there and sew all the way up to the top here. So one thing about sewing with the first sewing machine is that as you're sewing, generally the side that's closest to you is stretching a little bit and the side that's away from you is not. So it's not too bad right now, but sometimes this side stretches and then it looks like it's going to have a big loop on the end if you keep sewing. So to counteract that, every now and then I use the foot pedal to get just a tiny bit of space in between the pelts, and then I push my thumb on this wheel that's towards me to put just a little pucker in the hide so that I'm counteracting any of the stretch that's occurring. And with the first sewing machine, we don't worry about backstitching because you can't backstitch. Okay, so we have that side sewn, that side sewn. Now I'm going to sew along the bottom. All right. So that's sewn in there. You can kind of sort of see the disturbance in the fur where that's sewn in. Once it's blocked and brushed, you won't see it at all. So we have both of our hides repaired. You can see that there's some puckering at the edges of the repairs, and that will go away when we block the hides. Now's a good time to brush where we did the repairs to get out any loose hairs. So blocking the hides is the process of moistening the hides so that they're damp and really stretchy and pliable, and then stretching the pelts and stapling them out so that they can dry and stay in that shape. Blocking removes all of the wrinkles in the hide. It removes any puckering from repairs. It won't remove all puckering. It will remove moderate puckering. If you do a repair that's really big and sew it together and you have really big puckering, it won't fix that. It'll fix small to moderate puckering like that to give you a flat surface again. It also takes the stretch out of the hide so that it's easier to sew, and then you have a garment when you're finished that is not going to stretch out of shape. It makes it easier to cut the hide because it'll be not as stretchy, and it'll give you about 15% more surface area. So the first step in blocking is to get the hides wet with water. Most of the time when you're blocking hides, you will use plain water in a spray bottle, or if you're doing a lot of hides, you can use a pump sprayer. Just make sure you buy a new pump sprayer. Don't reuse one that you're using for Roundup or chemicals or something. If your hides are older and they feel a little bit more dry or they're looking yellowed, you can get a product from Samuel Bauer called Ease Leather that has instructions for dilution on it. You put it in a spray bottle with some water and it'll look like this, but this will help to add some more moisture and condition back to older hides. It's not going to fix hides that are tearing. If you get it wet, if you try to block the hide and it's just tearing, there's nothing you can do. They're just too old to use. So just go ahead, spray them down with water. And you want the first spraying to be pretty wet. So you can see there's some little puddles in the creases. The whole hide is damp, and you need to spread out the water so it's kind of even, and spreading it out will help it soak in. Usually I like to use a shoe brush. It's just a horsehair shoe brush to spread out the water. If you don't want to buy a brush, just use your hand. You can wear gloves if you want to, but it's not necessary. Once it's sprayed, it's still pretty damp, or pretty wet, I should say. We need to let the water absorb, and the best way to do that is to fold it so it's hide to hide and leave it like that to soak in. When you're spraying down other hides, get the finished ones out of the way so you're not spraying the hair on those. Okay, this one's done. I'm gonna fold it in half, and I'm gonna let these sit for about 10 minutes And then I'm going to come back and spray them again. If you're working with hides that are thinner skinned, like muskrat or mink or fox, it'll take less time for the water to absorb. If you're working with hides that have a thicker skin, like beaver, then they'll need more time to absorb. So just kind of start with 10 minutes and see how that is. If you're spraying down a lot of hides, like if I had 10 raccoon hides to spray down, probably by the time I finished the 10th, the first one would be ready for another round of spraying. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So it's been 10 minutes, and you can see that the water has absorbed quite nicely. So now I'm going to give the pelts a stretch. When you stretch the pelts, you don't want to use your fingertips, you want to use your palms and your fingers so that you increase the surface area where you're pulling and reduce the chances of damaging or tearing the hide. So stretch horizontally, stretch vertically. The neck on raccoons is really thick, so that's not going to stretch all that much, especially right now. You can see it's already a lot flatter and larger than this pelt. So we'll give this one a stretch. Okay, both stretched out, and I will spray them down again. Generally, you're going to need 2 rounds of spraying water on the pelts for blocking. If you have really thick hides, you might need 3. I'm going to put a little bit more water up at the top here because that neck area is so much thicker than the rest of the hide. If there's any light spots like that, give it a little spray. Let those soak for another 10 minutes. So these had their second spray. They sat for 10 minutes. Let's check on them. Quite damp now. I'm going to give these another stretch. Okay, that's looking good. And if you watch, when I stretch it, you'll see the hide get lighter, because when you stretch it, the fibers of the hide are opening up and absorbing a little bit more moisture. So you can see this looks more damp, this looks less damp, because it's absorbing more moisture as I'm stretching it. Okay, and now something that I almost always forget to do at the right time is draw the center line down the pelt. Now this should be done right after you open the pelt and cut off the face and the tail. And there's a couple reasons why you want to do it then. One is when you draw on the wet pelt, it'll gum up your marker faster, so it won't last as long, or your pen or whatever. It won't last as long if you're drawing on a wet hide. The other is that when you're doing repairs and you're removing material and then you stretch the pelt, it could skew your center line. So it's better to do it on a dry pelt. We're ready for blocking now. I'm doing the wide angle lens here for a minute so you can see roughly the size of the board that I'm going to staple onto. The board that I use is called Homosote board. It's a 1/2 inch thick pressed paper pulp that is sold for soundproofing. It comes in 4-foot by 8-foot sheets at large hardware stores, Menards, Lowe's, Home Depot. Sometimes they carry it, sometimes they don't. You might have to go to like the next town over to find it. And then I have it cut into thirds because they're a good size to work with that way, and I can lift it up and down. So this is 48 inches by 32 inches, and it's a good size to work with. And then I draw a 6" by 6" grid on it so that I have center lines and reference points for when I'm stretching the pelts. If you can't find Homosoap board, or if you don't want to buy it because you're just doing a couple projects, that is totally fine. You can staple onto plywood if you have it. If your plywood is greasy from boarding beavers, you can put some paper down on it, like contractor paper would be good for that. If you don't have plywood, you can layer up a couple layers of cardboard and staple onto that. It's not going to last forever, but it's going to be great for a few projects. The reason I use Homosoap board is it's a lot easier to get the staples out of this compared to plywood. It's lighter weight, so it's easier for me to lift on and off the table, and it still will last a long time. So with raccoons or any pelts about this size, foxes, I would board them, I would block them like this. 2, maybe even 3 pelts if they were smaller on the same side of the board. For the video, so it's easier to see, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit and block them like this. 1 on one side, 1 on the other side, because that's another thing is you can staple on both sides of a board. And then once you have stapled on both sides of the board, you lift up the board and lean it against your table so they can get airflow on both sides to dry the pelts. Once your pelts are stapled out on the board, they need to dry for at least 8 hours before you can take them off. All right, we'll get started on that. And at this point, you'll need your fur pattern pieces, or pattern piece, because it's just one right now. And as you can see, it's not going to fit all on one pelt. So you can take a look at the suggested pattern layout provided in the instructions and see for raccoon, I'm going to have the centerpiece on one and then these 2 side pieces on the other. So I'm going to cut right along these dotted lines. Oh, and your fur piece, either in the adult size or the child size, is labeled piece A, pattern piece A. And whenever we're cutting up pattern pieces like this, I want to add hash marks like these, except here, so that I'll know how to match up the hide as I'm sewing. I'm going to use a blue marker so they're easy to see. It doesn't really matter if they're evenly spaced or not, as long as they're the same and they're going to match up. So the pattern has a grid on it already, which is nice. So I'm going to go every 3 inches or so. You could do this before or after you cut. So I'm going to mark these lines when I trace them onto the hide, which I'm not going to trace them onto the hide yet, but I'm just getting ready. Okay, so since we're using 2 pelts, another thing you need to do is decide which one you want to be the center pelt, and you're going to choose the one that you like better. I like this darker one a little bit better, so I'm going to use this one for the center panel and this one for the sides. This one also has a little bit of damage on the hair there, which I'm not going to do anything about. If you were really worried about it, you could cut out that damaged area on the hide side, repair it, and reblock it, but I'm not that worried about it. It's not going to show up very much on the finished muff, especially because these 2 pieces are going to become the sides. So this one is the one that I selected to be my centerpiece. And you can see we pretty much, the pelt's pretty close to the right size. It's a little narrow across where the arms are, maybe right there. So take a look at it now. Once we block it, you're going to see there's a lot more space around the pattern piece. But you always want to have your pattern pieces on hand to check as you're stretching and blocking the pelt, to check to make sure the pattern piece is going to fit on there. So you will need your stapler. You can use a light duty staple gun, medium duty. If you have an electric stapler, you can use that. Light duty staple guns use staples that are pretty similar to what a paper stapler would use, which is nice because they're going to leave smaller holes in the pelt and be easier to get out. But if you have a pelt with a really thick fur, they might not be able to get to grip into the table enough, and then you might need a medium duty stapler. So I always start at the center and bottom of the pelt, and I want to line up my center line with one of the lines on the board. So that's how I know I'm keeping my pelt straight. I always do one right in the middle and then stretch the pelt and one on either side. And then I'm going to stretch the pelt vertically. And one thing you want to be aware of when you're blocking the pelts is you're either going to be able to get a lot of width or a lot of length. You can see when I stretch it lengthwise, the pelt gets narrower. When I stretch it widthwise, the pelt gets shorter. So think about what you want with your pattern piece. So for raccoons, I know I want to avoid the belly, so I'm going to need width, but I also don't really like the neck fur up here. It's coarser, it's yellower than the rest of the pelt, so I don't really want to use this if I can avoid it. And looking at the width, I'm really close to having enough width already to not use the belly fur. So I'm going to try and stretch it as tall, as long as I can right now. And now I'm going to stretch it to the side, put a staple there, stretch it sideways again, and there. So I have 3 staples on the top and 3 staples on the top and 3 staples on the bottom, 3 or 4 inches apart. If you were using a red fox are longer and skinnier, you wouldn't want to stretch the pelt as far as it'll stretch lengthwise. You would want to keep a little bit of slack in it so that you can focus on getting more width. Okay, so now that I have it tacked down at the bottom and the top, I'm gonna start from the middle and stretch widthwise and putting quite a bit of tension on it. You don't want to reef on it as hard as you can, but you want to put tension on until you feel resistance. And you'll see the wrinkles go away. And I'm trying to keep that center line straight. I don't really want it to sway one way or the other. Hold down one side, staple that, pull the other side taut again, staple that. And now I'm gonna go out on either side. And the area around the front legs is always a little thin too. So I want to stretch that nice and wide so I have less of that on my pattern pieces. Okay, now I'm going to go down. Let's start with these back legs here. And the back legs always go kind of wide and down. And then I'll go back and staple out these flanks. And now I'm going to go back through and add in some more staples. You're always going to have some sort of like bubbling, I guess you could call it, around the front arms, in coyotes and fox around the back legs, and you just try and spread that out the best you can. Generally, I want staples an inch or 2 apart. If you are blocking something and you end up having to have the pattern piece right next to where you staple, then you want to add in more staples because the pelt's going to shrink a little bit in between the staples. So if your pattern piece is right next to it, it might shrink underneath that pattern piece. Then you'll be sad the next day when you go to take it off the boards. Okay, I'm happy with that. And check the pattern piece and make sure that fits on there, and that fits on really nicely. We're going to avoid that neck section I don't like. We're going to avoid the belly fur, and you can see how much bigger it is since we blocked it. And you know what? I'm going to go back and pull this down a little bit more. As you're going along, you can remove staples and change how you're stapling it out, which I end up doing a lot of times. When you put in a staple, it doesn't have to stay there. It's not a lifetime commitment. You can take out a whole row of staples if you don't like how it's stretched or stapled, and then restaple it. There, I like that that a little bit better. Gives me a little bit more space for this corner. That one looks good. On to the next one. Okay, so we stapled this on this side of the board. I'm gonna flip over the board, staple the other one on the other side. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same process for this pelt, except this time I'm using these two side pattern pieces to check my width and my length. And this pelt would work just fine without any blocking, but we always block because it has a lot of benefits. So starting on the bottom again. So as expected, we have plenty of space for these pattern pieces. Very good. So I'm gonna take the board off the table. I'm going to lean it against the table so that it can have airflow on both sides to dry both the pelts overnight. The pelts dried overnight, and now we're gonna take them off the boards. And you can't even tell where that repair is. That's right here. Pelts, when they dry, all those puckers from the repairs flatten out. And this pelt looks really good too. Okay, so I have both of the pelts off the boards. They look good. I'm gonna check and see if there's any damaged areas that I missed. Sometimes if there's a scar on the pelt, you won't see a little bald spot until after it's blocked. And then you need to decide if you want to repair it and reblock, or if it's in a spot in an area where you can just avoid it, or if it's something you can just live with in your finished product. So I don't see any bald spots. That's good. These both have a little bit of a flaw in the fur, almost in the same spot. And it just looks like the guard hairs were rubbed off right there, and I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna leave it. If I was gonna be really picky, I would isolate where those hairs are short, cut out that spot either with an ellipse or do a drop, depending on how big it was, but I'm not going to worry about it. I don't think that's going to be noticeable on the finished muff. We're going to brush the pelts one more time. Check them out, make them fluffy. There we go. They look good. So I remember from yesterday, this darker one is the one I want to use for the center of the hunting muff. This lighter one and the one with this little damage spot I'm going to use for the sides. Now, what I should have done yesterday is when I decided that, I should have written that down. So center, sides. I'm going to start with the pelt that I'm using for the center. And I have my pattern pieces. I'm going to set aside the ones that are the side pieces and just use this center piece. So I think I'm going to go with placement right about there. These triangles mark the center of the pattern piece, so I want to line that up with my center line that I drew on the pelt. And I'm just going to check the fur side again and see how it looks. I don't love the neck fur on raccoons, and this bottom inch or two on the rump, I don't really like that fur either. It's nice and smooth through the back, and then it gets kind of frizzy and really poofy right there. So I want the pattern piece to be right about here. I don't want this top neck, and I don't want that bottom butt fluff. So right about there is where I want it. And I'm going to put down pattern weights to hold it in place while I trace. And either as you go or after you finish tracing the perimeter, you need to mark all of the pattern notches and the triangle. And these blue pattern notches are the ones that we added when we cut this. And then the other thing I want to mark is the top. I forgot to mention, notice the arrow for the hair flow direction. We want the pattern piece to be going the same direction as the way that the hair lays. That's how we keep track of making sure that the pieces all have the hair going the same way. So I'm gonna mark when I take this off that this is the top, T for top, and this is pattern piece A. And now I need to go back through and bring all of my marks onto the pattern piece. That was a wonky triangle. Okay, did all of my marks. I labeled the top. I'm also going to mark the direction of the hair flow. Top, hair flow, letter of the pattern piece. I have all of my notches marked. And now on to the second pelt. I'm probably going to lay out something like this. But I'm going to check this side first. It's pretty much the same thing here. I want to avoid the neck and that bottom inch or two of really fluffy fur. And I need to make sure that I'm following the hair flow direction of the pattern pieces so that they're not going the opposite of what they should be. And then another thing you could think about is if you want the pieces like this or like this. So looking at the pelt, we fold these sides in. We know that this is roughly what our center pattern piece is going to look like. It's really fluffy in the middle. It's a little thinner on the sides. If we cut out the pieces like this, then you're going to have this section here, which is the fluffiest in the middle, sewn against here. So you're going to kind of get it like a fluffy, thin, fluffy look to it. Alternatively, if you swapped the pattern pieces and had them like this, you would be sewing your pattern pieces together like this, where you kind of go fluffy, thin, fluffy again. So whichever look you prefer is the one that you can go with. I'll show you how to cut the pieces out so that you can lay it out and see how it looks, and then swap it if you want to. Because again, guidelines, not the law. I'm not gonna come to your studio and tell you you're doing it wrong if you lay out the pieces differently than the guidelines. Okay, but I'm gonna start with this. And before I trace those, I'm gonna double check this side. Again, I want to avoid the neck as much as I can and avoid that bottom inch or two of really fluffy fur. Okay, I'm going to be happy with that. Oh, the other thing we need to do is take our awl or something else sharp and poke through the corners here. This is where we're going to be attaching the leather loops that we will then attach the strap to. Need to mark those holes. And this is still pattern piece A. I just cut cut it off of the main one. I want to mark the hair flow direction, and then I also need to write these number 2s in the corners there. And then same thing with the other piece. Oh, I forgot to mark the notches inside the pattern piece. Okay, so mark it piece A, hair flow direction, number 1, number 1. Now, since I am undecided on if I want the layout to be like this or like this, I'm going to cut out these pattern pieces just in plain rectangles. I use this marker just to show you. If you know for sure the layout that you want to use, then you don't have to do this. Okay, I'm going to cut out the pattern pieces, and remember to only use the tip of your blade so that you're not cutting a lot of hair. And I'm going to cut these out as rectangles. I'm not going to cut out those darts right now. Move the notch marks inside. And when I'm cutting, I'm keeping tension on the hide on the side that is not my pattern piece. Sometimes even after blocking, if you pull on the hide, it'll stretch, and I don't want to stretch my pattern piece out of shape, so I'm keeping tension. I'm pulling on the side opposite of the pattern piece. Okay, there's the 2 side pieces. I'm going to leave them like this for now. Cut out my centerpiece. And this leftover is scrap fur. You can do whatever you want with it. The belly fur isn't really great for a lot of things. You can make little cat toys with it. The neck, you could probably get a can cooler out of that. Okay, so this is the center piece, and these are my 2 side pieces. So this edge lines up there. This edge lines up there, and then we would have our darts on the edges. So this is the way that I have it laid out within the suggested pattern layout. But if you lay it out and you decide that you like this better, it's easy to change. And you know what? I think I might like that better for these pelts. Okay, so that's one way. And this is the other way. That looks kind of nice too. I like them both. But I think for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to show you how to change it. So originally we traced them like this, but I'm going to flip-flop pattern pieces, and then I'm going to trace out the new layout with a different color marker. That way, when I go to actually cut all the pieces out, I'm not confused on what needs to be cut or which marks I'm following. I just need to remember on these pieces, follow the red marks and cut on the red lines. Okay, I need to mark my new number 1s. Hair flow direction's the same, letter A is the same. So I'm going to go back and cut off where I marked with the red marker. you know what? So I don't forget that I'm following the red notches when I go to sew it together, I'm going to write red. Okay, red on this one too. Now I'm going to go around and brush all the edges to get off loose hair. So we have our fur pieces cut out and we need to sew them together. There's something wrong with this. We need to have the hair flow directions all going the same way. So we need to flip-flop these so we have the hair going the same way. So we're going to need to sew these two pieces together and these two pieces together. So we're going to set one aside for now. And if you are hand sewing the project or machine sewing, either way, you're going to put right sides together, which for fur is the hair. And I recommend clipping at each notch mark. And we're using the red notch marks on the side pieces. You don't really have to worry about the hair sticking up in the middle. You'll take care of that while you're sewing. So if you were sewing by hand, you would sew the same way that I showed you how to repair holes in the pelts. You'd start about a ½ inch in, sew to the end, sew over that and all the way across, and then back stitch another ½ inch and tie off. And you want to sew quite close to the edge, about as close as you can, and don't pull your stitches super tight so that when you're finished, you can spread out the seam and it'll lay edge to edge. That's what we're going for. Because the fur pattern pieces have 0 seam allowance. If you end up with like an 1/8 inch seam allowance, it's not going to make that much of a difference. It's not going to be a big deal. I'm going to show how to sew it on the fur sewing machine so that you can know how to do that as well. Okay, we are back to the fur sewing machine, and we need to sew these pieces together. I already have it clipped up at the notch marks, and I have the same thread I was using for repairs. I haven't adjusted anything since then. So I should be good to go because I was happy with the settings I was using during the repairs. So I'm sewing very close to the edge so that I can do that 0 seam allowance. And as you sew along, depending on the species of the pelt and the stretch that it has left after blocking, a lot of times your marks will end up getting uneven. The side closest to you stretches, the side facing away from you does not stretch, so you end up with your marks offset. So there's a couple of things you can do to counteract that. One is every now and then stop and push on the wheel that's closest to you while opening the wheels just a little bit to put a little pucker in the hide to counteract that stretch. That's one thing you can do. The other thing you can do that's even easier is go to every set of notches, match them up, and sew 4, 5 stitches at each notch mark. And then you know that those notches won't move apart while you're sewing. And you can do it at the end too. Okay, so now I can sew straight across. And I have already matched up my notch marks. So so I don't have to really worry about that as I'm sewing. It also makes it a little easier to handle the fur as you're sewing, because your little stitches are holding it together. And on the first sewing machine, you can't backstitch, so don't worry about it. Okay, we got this side sewn up. I'm just gonna flatten out that seam. And that looks good. I'm happy with that, how it looks on the fur side. And especially if you're using a 0 seam allowance and your pelts match up pretty well, it becomes hard to see where that seam is. So now we will do the same thing to the other side. Right sides together, clip, and then sew. All right, we're back to the other piece. And in general, you're gonna get a nicer looking seam if you sew against the direction of the hair. So on both of these pieces, the hair is going this way. So I'm gonna start on this end and sew against the direction of the hair. It's not super important. It's a little finicky thing, but that will get you just slightly nicer looking seams. So I'm gonna go through and do my little tacking stitches at each of the notch marks. Okay, so our fur pieces are sewn together. Next, we need to sew the darts. And I will demonstrate how to do that with hand sewing, because it'll be mostly the same, slightly different than how you would have sewn the seams. Okay, cut some thread. Wax it if you want to. We're going to tie our usual knot on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. And with your glover's needle, put that on the thread. So the reason that we usually do a back stitch when we're hand sewing is to make the ends of the seam more secure, so that if there's tension on it, the knot doesn't just pull out or come undone. It makes the edges of the seams more secure. This end of the seam here is not going to have any tension on it. Nothing's going to be trying to pull that apart, so we don't have to backstitch here. And this side is going to have fairly minimal tension, and then it's also going to be sewn up with the lining fabric that'll help strengthen the end of the seam. So when we sew up the darts, these little cutouts are called darts in the sewing world. Darts give things shape. So when we sew all of these up, it's going to make this, the end of the fur curl inward toward our lining, so that we have fur going to the inside of the muff, which will help keep air out and wind out when you're using it. So we're gonna sew up the darts. And I'm just gonna start like a 1/4 inch away from that end. And then stitch close to the edge with my stitches about 1/8 of an inch apart. And tight enough to hold together. but I'm aiming for that 0 seam allowance again. So it's okay if your stitches are a little bit loose because we can flatten the seam at the end. It's not going to matter too much if you end up with 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so I sewed right to the edge, and to save myself a whole bunch of tying, I'm going to make sure my thread's nice and tight, and then I'm going to do a running stitch. And the running stitch is just kind of in and out with the needle till I'm almost to the next dart. Make sure that thread is snug. If you pull it too much, it's going to bunch, which we don't want. Just make sure it's snug so that it keeps these last stitches there snug. And then I'm going to sew up the next dart from this end to here. Okay, I'm going to do one more stitch just past the end of the dart, and I'm going to do that same running stitch to get to the next one. And you shouldn't be able to see that running stitch on the fur side, so you're not putting the needle like through all the way and past the fur. But if you do notice that some of the hairs are being held down under a thread, you can just use your needle and release them from under the thread. When you're hand sewing, it doesn't really matter how neat or messy your stitches look. You're going to flip it right side out and you won't see them. The fur will cover up your stitching. Okay, we made it to the end. And like I said before, there's no tension that's going to be right there, so we don't really have to worry about back stitching. So I'm just going to put the needle through a little bit of the hide and then knot off my thread. Same way we did it before. Go through that first loop, go through that second loop, and then pull nice and slow. And then same thing again, really close to it. Okay, I'm gonna leave that thread tail kind of long because it's gonna be hidden inside the muff, and if it's longer, it's less likely to get untied and work its way out. Okay, so I want to flatten these seams a bit. Okay, and you can see how much sewing the darts made that edge curl. Oh, I can see right here where my running stitch ended up over some hairs. So I'm just going to take my needle, use the blunt end, it's a little easier, and get those hairs out from underneath that thread. And if you see any more, you do the same thing. So next I'll show how to machine sew the other darts. And I find it easiest to start from the open end of the dart and sew towards the closed end. You just sew to the end, break or cut your thread, and go to the next one. Those are sewn. So I'll flatten out these seams, and then we're on to the next step. So sides are sewn on, the darts are sewn, and you may notice that this is a different bit of fur. Originally, when I had filmed this part of the tutorial, I did it a different way, and I just really didn't like how it turned out. So I'm coming back and subbing in some new fur so I can show you the preferred way to do it. And you can see that this is also raccoon, but it's laid out the other way compared to how I did the original Muff. This one is laid out according to the suggested layout. So you have that spine is connected to the belly side of the center panel. So you can see it looks different and it looks cool. Not necessarily, in my opinion, better or worse, just different. So go with whichever layout you think looks better. So we need to attach the leather lanyard loops to the fur piece of the Muff. So you'll need either O-rings or D-rings, whichever you can get. Maybe you already have some. They need to be the same width as your leather. So 1-inch leather strap, 1-inch wide D-rings or O-rings. I prefer O-rings because D-rings have a tendency to turn, and then that drives me crazy. So the O-rings, doesn't matter if they twist. So you will need 2 O-rings or D-rings, your leather lanyard loop pattern piece, your leather strap that you're going to use for making your lanyard / belt, and then either some scrap of a soft leather or some scrap of your lining fabric if you don't have any scrap soft leather. If you are making the belt bag, then you'll have some scrap left over after that. So cut out your belt bag pieces so that you know what scrap you have to work with, and then you can use that. So the first thing I'm going to do is cut out my leather pieces. I already cut off one. So I have the lanyard / belt strap that I'm going to use to make the lanyard later. And you need a piece 1 inch by 3.5 inches long, and the strap is already 1 inch wide. And if you're using black leather or a really dark colored leather, you'll probably need a gel pen because regular marker or pen doesn't really show up on it. So I have that marked, and I'm going to cut that. Okay, so now I have 2 pieces, and you'll need an awl or some kind of a little punch to punch out the corners of where we're going to put our rivets. You'll also need some sort of hammer and a rivet setting kit. You can get these on Amazon for $10 or less, pretty inexpensively. They come with setting die for the bottom, the die for the top, and a little manual hole punch, and then various sizes of rivets. So we'll need that in a minute. Okay, I'm gonna mark these holes here on one side. They're both pieces of leather that will become loops. You're also gonna need some glue and some clips. Put your ring on first, and then glue the ends together. We're going to punch those holes after the glue sets. Same thing on this one. Okay, so set those aside so those can dry. Next, we're going to need a reinforcement for the hide. This raccoon hide is pretty thick. Beaver hide is usually pretty thick. Coyote kind of depends. But especially if you're using fox or something with a really thin hide, you're gonna need something to reinforce the hide because these straps are gonna be attached on the fur side with 4 little rivets. And then when there's tension on it, when those straps are getting tugged on, That's a small surface area to have that amount of tugging and pressure. So we need to put something there to reinforce it, which is where our scrap leather or fabric is going to be used. So we need 2 pieces, kind of roughly 2 by 2, but it doesn't really have to be that exact size. It doesn't even really have to be square. It could be a circle. If you don't have scrap leather, you can use fabric from your lining. So we need to mark these holes also, roughly in the middle. And depending on the color of your fleece, marker may or may not show up. If a dark marker doesn't show up, you could use a little bit of chalk, or once you have these holes punched, you could use that as a template to punch holes in this. Okay, so we have all those marked. We're still letting that glue set. I need another little bit of leather that's going to be a back just for punching holes. So we need just a little bit of scrap, and I'm going to cut that right off of my leather strap. That's plenty long enough. You don't have to worry about making it too short, cutting off little bits and pieces. So that needs to go behind. You could also use a cutting board if you didn't want to use scrap leather. We just need something to make sure that when we punch the hole, it's not going to punch through to our table. We need our little hole puncher, or if you have one, you can use one of these rotary style leather hole punches. These are nice. So I'm going to punch out these holes. Make sure they're over the leather. Place the business end on your mark. And check it after a couple taps, because it'll go through to the table faster than you might think. It's through. I'm going to punch the holes in the fabric also, same way. Oops. The fabric's actually a little bit harder to cut because it's not as firm, so it might not take out a piece of the fabric. You just have to check and see if there's a hole there. That one didn't go through yet. Still not quite. Okay. And since it's having trouble, I'm going to give the tool a little twist and see if that does it. There we go. Set those aside for now. And now we need to punch the same holes in the hide. Same way. Make sure you have your leather piece behind there, your scrap leather, so that you're not just putting holes in your table. Okay, so there's one side, and that is going to cut some hairs. So brush those out or pull those out so that they're not making too much of a mess of your table, but it's not really going to be noticeable. You're going to put the strap on top of that anyway. Same thing on the other side. And for this, it is difficult to use the rotary style punch to punch these holes because you don't have a whole lot of throat back here, and it would be difficult to get all the way there. So this tool is really handy when you can't get a rotary punch to the place where you need to make the holes. And if you're buying a rivet kit, it comes with it anyway. Okay, I have my leather scrap piece behind the fur. And now I have all those holes punched. So next we need to get our rivets ready, and we're going to need to use some glue. So for this, I'm going to use the medium size rivets that come with this kit. There's some super tiny ones, and then there's some long ones. I'm going for the medium size one. I think that these are about 7 millimeters by 7 millimeters. So we need our rivets on hand. and our scrap leather or fabric, and we need to put some glue down on the hide. So we're going to glue these pieces right over those holes, and this is what's going to provide extra support so that our rivets don't just rip right through the hide eventually. So we go kind of close to the holes, around the holes, and then approximately around the perimeter, and then get at least one rivet ready and put it through the hide and the leather. And we'll do the next one. And this way we're making sure that all the holes are lining up. Okay, got that one through and that last one through, and then give it a good squeeze to make sure that leather is bonded to the hide. And then we can look on the other side and see that all of the ends of the rivets are poking through. Good, okay. Now we'll do the same thing to this side, but we have fabric, just so you can see how to use the fabric if you don't have any extra leather. This is slightly more tricky because it's harder to see where the holes are. You might end up with some glue on your fingers, but that's okay. Once those are all through, double check that they're all the way through, and then press the fabric down into the glue. Okay, set that aside. By the time that's done, your glue on the lanyard loops will be dry. Then we're going to punch these holes, and because these are glued together, we're punching 2 layers at the same time. Make sure you have your scrap piece of leather or cutting board or whatever behind that. And check as you go so that you don't go through that and into your table. Okay, so now these holes are punched and we can attach them to the hide. They need to go on the fur side, and you need the loop or the O-ring or the circle to face the edge rather than facing the inside that faces out. And we need to put the rivets through each of the holes and then put caps on the rivets. You know what? Now that I have the leather on there, I'm actually not really happy with the length of these rivets. They're just about flush with this leather. So if we put the cap on, it's not going to lock together very much because we need about 1/8 of an inch of this post sticking up out of the leather so that when we smash them together, that can crimp down and lock on the cap. If we use this length of rivets, we might just have our rivets separating eventually. So I'm going to take these out and go with the largest size of the rivets that came with this kit. That looks better. Okay, those are all through, and I will put caps on them. The caps snap on a little bit, but they're not going to stay on permanently until the rivet is set. Okay, so now we need our little disc and post, and you're going to take the disc and put it underneath one of the rivets and make sure it stays with the rivet set in that cup. If it shifts, it'll mess up the setting of the rivet. So that's in the cup underneath. This goes on top, and then we give it a couple good whacks. And you can see that one is set. And it's better to give it a couple good strong hammers versus tapping. If you tap, 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 the ends of the rivets tend to get skewed away from each other. Okay, there we go. Very secure. It has a reinforcement on the back, so that's ready for a lifetime of use. And the fur will fluff over it so that you don't really see it anyway when you're wearing it. An alternative to this style of rivet press or rivet setting tool is a rivet press, and I'll do that for the other side so you can see that. So this is a rivet setting press. If you need to set a lot of rivets, it's handy to have one of these. You do need to have dies that match roughly the size of the rivets you're using. These dies come in different sizes and different shapes. If you're setting snaps instead of rivets, you need dies to match. There's a top and a bottom. Okay, I'm going to switch these over because these were the small rivets. And we'd really just put those in to make sure that our holes were lining up. I just have 2 in for now, so I can get these 2 started before I do the other 4 or the other 2. Okay, all 4 are through, need to be capped and then pressed. So same sort of idea. The bottom of the rivet goes in the cup, and then the top comes down and squishes it. There we go. So now we'll go back to using the other pelt for the rest of the tutorial, and just ignore that how these are attached will look different. So now we're ready to sew this up into a tube. We're going to go right sides together, or fur to fur, and clip at the triangles and then all the hash marks. So we're all clipped up, and we're going to sew from point number 1 across to point number 2. And remember, if you're hand sewing, to backstitch at point number 1, then sew across and backstitch again at point number 2. All right, we're back at the first sewing machine, and I'm going to do the same thing I did last time I was sewing up a long seam, which is 4 or 5 stitches at each of the notch marks to make it easier to sew the whole thing once we get there. All right, and now that I have these tacked at the notch marks, I'll just sew all the way across. Okay, we have that all sewn up. We'll go back to the table. So we just sewed up that seam. Take a second to flatten it out a bit. And you can see that it's really taking shape now. And I'm going to flip it right side out just so we can look at it. And the seam here doesn't look amazing because you can really see where that long fluffy hair from the rumps meets up with that neck hair. But that's going to be on the back side of the muff, so you're not going to see it when you're wearing it. The next thing we're going to do is sew on some ribbon, and this will allow us to easily do the last step, which is sew the lining to the muff. This isn't going to make a whole lot of sense right now, but trust the process, and if you want to see how the ribbon's used. And you can skip ahead towards the end of the video so you can see what we actually do with this. But you'll need ribbon that's about 1.5 inches wide. This is a satin ribbon. You can use satin ribbon, you could use a cotton ribbon or a grosgrain ribbon. Use what you have at home. I'm a big fan of use what you have. I do recommend using a black ribbon because that will be the least obvious in the end. I'm going to use this peach colored ribbon because it's easy to see on camera and easy to see what I'm doing. So it's still attached to the spool, and I'm going to fold the raw edge of the ribbon away from me, and then with that raw edge of the ribbon facing away from the fur, I'm going to clip it down, and I'm starting right at that number 2 mark. And then I'm going to clip it all the way around, matching up the edge of the ribbon with the edge of the hide and tucking in the fur as I go. Now I'm back to the beginning. I'm going to extend, I'm going to keep clipping until the end of my ribbon extends about 2 inches past this folded part. Cut it off the spool and keep clipping. So now we have this ribbon clipped around the end in a circle. We have the 2 ends of the ribbon overlapping by about 2 inches. And if you hand sew, you can start right at the beginning, sew around in a circle, and then continue sewing until you get to the end of the ribbon and then tie off. And you're going to want to use about 1/8 inch seam allowance. So that's, you're putting your needle in about 1/8 inch from the edge and pull nice and tight. Because when this is done, we don't want to be able to flatten the seam like we did with the darts or the other seams on the fur. We want this seam to stay nice and tight. So we're going to pull that thread tight as we're sewing, and sort of the same thing with the first sewing machine. We want to sew a little farther from the edge and make sure our tension is a little bit tighter than we had it before. So I'm going to go ahead and sew this on the first sewing machine. I'm going to start sewing right at the fold here. And I'm going to do my little tacking stitches all the way around before I sew the whole thing. And again, I'm going to tighten up the tension a little bit, and I'm going to sew about 1/8 inch from the edge, so farther than what I was doing before. And I am more or less keeping the ribbon edges aligned with the hide. If it's offset a little bit like that, it's not really going to matter that much. Okay, we're back to the beginning. So now I'm going to sew around the whole circumference. And I'm using slightly bigger seam allowance than I was before, closer to 1/8 inch. I had already tightened up my tension, so I don't need to worry about that. And I'm back to the beginning, but I'm going to overlap my stitching till I get to the end of the ribbon. Okay, so that is done for now, and we're ready to move on to the next steps. Okay, that's done for now. You've either sewn that by hand or by first sewing machine, and it looks weird right now, but it'll make sense once we get to the last step of finishing the muff. So now we're going to move on to cutting out our lining and our batting. Next, we're going to cut out the lining fabric. So you need pattern piece C for the lining and some fleece. Unfold your fleece so you have just one layer of fabric. So you'll notice that the pattern piece has the grain line marked. The grain line is the direction that the fibers are running in the fabric. So you have the straight grain, which is always parallel with the selvage edge, which is the edge of the fabric when it was knit or woven, and usually it looks a little bit different than the rest of the fabric. So that would be the straight grain. Perpendicular to that would be the cross grain. On a woven fabric for the lining, if you were using a woven fabric, it wouldn't matter too much if you were parallel with the straight grain or with the cross grain. But with a knit fabric like fleece, we want to be parallel with the straight grain. In this case, if you have a printed fabric, you can align with the pattern that's printed on the fabric, so that makes it pretty easy. And sometimes it gets a little bit out of whack, so try and get those lines, if you have plaid like this, perpendicular to each other. Sometimes they get a little bit like wonky, even though it looks like it's laid out flat. You might need to correct it a little bit. Okay, so we're going for good, not necessarily perfect. This looks good to me. So that's the piece I want to cut out. I'm going to pin the paper down, and my pins will not be extending out into the fabric. Otherwise, I'm going to try and cut the pins and ruin my scissors. So I'm pinning through the paper and the fabric so that I'm holding them together with the pins. And you don't need a ton of pins for this. And then I'm going to cut out along the perimeter of the pattern piece. Okay, so I have my fabric cut out. So we have our pattern piece, it's still pinned to the paper, and we're gonna go ahead and mark our notches and our numbers. I'm gonna use some tape to mark our numbers because fleece is difficult to write on and actually see what you've written. And all fabric has what we call a right side and a wrong side. The right side is the side of the fabric that you want showing in your finished product. The wrong side is the side that we want to not show on our finished product. So if we look at this fleece, this side looks better. It's a little bit clearer. So this is going to be the right side. And I want to put these number marks on the wrong side so that they're easier to see when I'm sewing. So we always sew right sides together or inside out. And then I'm going to make a C because this is pattern piece C. Okay, we have our numbers. Now we need to do our notches. And on this pattern piece, we're going to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm going to make little tiny snips in the edge of this. They need to be shorter than 1/4 inch to mark our pattern notches. And where this triangle is, I'm going to make a teeny tiny little triangle cutout. If our snips are longer than 1/4 inch, then they'll show even after the muff is sewn up. Okay, we have all of our notches marked. We have our numbers marked. Now we can take the pins out. And sew up this pattern piece. So we're gonna do right sides together. So right side to right side, matching up numbers 6, 5, and then matching up our little triangle in the middle and our little notches that we made. And we can use our clips to clip across. Okay, if you're hand sewing this, you're going to use 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you're going to insert the needle 1/4 inch from the edge, and you're going to do the same whip stitch that we did on the hide with your back stitch, stitch across, and then back stitch and tie off. For sewing the fabric, you can use a sharps needle instead of a Glover's needle. The sharps needle is going to go through the fabric a little bit easier. If you don't want to buy a second type of needle, you can still use your Glover's needle. I'll show how to hand sew this. You can sew it right on the first sewing machine, just make sure you're using 1/8 inch seam allowance. So we're going to take a length of thread. I'm going to tie off the end the same way I did previously. And I'm going to use the sharps needle, size 7. And I am using the same thread that I used on the hide. I'm going to start with my 1/4 inch seam allowance and a back stitch. If you have a regular home sewing machine, you can certainly sew your lining on the home sewing machine. Also, just use 1/4 inch seam allowance. I am pulling fairly snug because when I open this up after sewing it, I don't want those edges to end up edge to edge. I want the seam allowance to hold and keep those raw edges away from the inside of the seam. Okay, I finished my back stitch, so now I'm going to sew all the way across to point number 6. And I'm putting my stitches about 1/8 inch apart. Make sure your notch marks match. If your thread's getting knotted a lot, you can take off the needle and run your fingers down the thread to work out the twists. I'm matching up these notch marks. Okay, so I did my back stitch. Now I'll tie off the thread. Same way we did for the hide. And we can trim off the excess thread. Okay, we'll set this aside for now and cut out the batting. Batting is a kind of fluffy material that is used most of the time for putting in between the layers of a quilt to give it some fluff, and it adds warmth. In this case for the muff, it's not so much about adding warmth because we have fur, as it is about adding some cushion and squish inside the muff for comfort. So the batting piece is pattern piece B. We need to cut 3 pieces, 1 of each length. So there's 3 lines down here. So we need to cut 1 this long, and cut 1 this long, and cut 1 this long. So I'm gonna line up the edge, this bottom edge here, with the bottom edge of the batting. And I have this batting left over from making blankets. So I have kind of a few various pieces that I'm going to use, but when you buy it from the fabric store, you can get it in yard quantities. Okay, so this edge is already cut basically, so I'm just going to cut out the 3 sides. Okay, and just like we did with the lining, I want to mark the numbers on the pattern. And it's hard to write on batting. You can, but it doesn't show up very well. So I'm going to use masking tape for the video. So number 3. Three, 4, 4. And this is pattern piece B. And then also, just like I did with the lining, I'm going to cut out these little triangles, slightly smaller than what's on there. And that's the only notch marks we have. We don't have additional notch marks because we don't really need them on the batting. So that is piece number 1. We'll cut out the second piece. And this one, I'm going to line up the bottom edge with this second line. Then we're cutting it out the same way. And then to mark this triangle, just look at the back of your pattern. Okay, piece number 2 is finished. Cut out piece number 3. We're lining up our bottom edge with this top line. Okay, so now we have 3 batting pieces, and they're each an inch different in length. Why do we want those different lengths? So we're going to sew these into tube shapes. If they were all the same length, then they would get really bunchy inside. So when you have a tube, the inside diameter is narrower than the outside diameter. So we want these to be able to sit nicely, to nest nicely inside of each other without getting all bunched up. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and sew all of these together by hand. I wouldn't sew these on the first sewing machine. It's not going to sew through this very well. It's really easy and quick to do by hand. We don't really have to worry too much about seam allowance. We're kind of going to go for about 1/4 inch just so our thread doesn't rip out the edge, but if it's a little more, if it's a little less, it doesn't really matter. And we can space our stitches fairly far apart, like even 1/2 inch apart, just to do some quick sewing on these. And the batting doesn't really have a right side or a wrong side, so we don't have to worry about that too much. So I'm going to do one at a time, and I'm matching up my number 3s and my number 4s and the notches that I cut. And then I'm going to sew from number 3 to number 4 on each one. Okay, so I'm using that sharps needle again. I'm going to tie off the thread the same way. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm just going to do like 1 back stitch. And these are just kind of really loose stitches, pretty far apart. Sewing from 3 to 4. Through that first loop. It's getting a little tricky because I'm running out of thread. Through the second loop. Tie it off. I'm going to do one more knot. Okay, so that's the first one stitched up. Second one matching up 3 to 3, 4 to 4, and those triangles in the middle. Same thing for the third piece. So we have the widest one, the middle one, and the narrowest one. I'm going to take the narrowest one and put it inside the middle one, and I'm going to offset the stitch lines rather than line them up. If we have all of the stitch lines lined up and then inside the muff, you'll be able to feel that. So this is going to keep it feeling a little bit more seamless when you use the muff. So it's going to take a little bit of finagling to get those edges aligned and get it kind of smoothed out inside. Okay, once that's feeling good, we'll take off these stickers. And then get these 2 inside the biggest one. And again, offsetting those stitches. I want the edges to be pretty well lined up and try and smooth out any bunchiness if it feels like it's bunchy on the inside. That is our batting layer finished for now. So we're back to the fur part of the muff and the lining. And I'm going to put the lining inside the muff, but we need it to be right side to right side. So the right side of the fur part of the muff is the fur. Right now, we have the wrong side of the lining showing. So I need to flip this right side out. And then I want to take the side with the number 5 marks and match up the number 5 marks, the seam with my number 1 marks. So I'm going to put the whole lining inside, pull it out this end, and then I'm matching number 5s with number 1s, matching this seam with this seam, right sides together. And then I'm going to clip all the way around. And my fur has a 0 seam allowance, but my lining has a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I need to have the lining sticking out a little bit over the fur when I sew. And then when I sew the fur, I'm actually going to sew it with about 1/8 of an inch seam allowance instead of 0, because that's going to keep my stitching hidden more in the finished product. So I'm offsetting that, and I'm going to clip, and I'm matching up the notches that I made in the fabric with each dart seam. So fabric notch to dart seam. Fabric notch to dart seam. Fabric notch to dart seam. And then I'm back around to the beginning. I'll show how to hand sew this. You could certainly sew this on the fur sewing machine. You just make sure that you're offsetting the fabric away from that hide edge the whole time that you're machine sewing it. For hand sewing, we're going to start at the number 1, sew all the way around, sew past our beginning stitches, and then tie off. We're going to knot the thread as usual, putting the tail under 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Waxing is optional, and it just helps the stitches hold in the hide a little bit better. So the reason why we offset the fabric in the hide is because if we sew fabric with a 0 seam allowance, it's likely to unravel. The hide is fine with a 0 seam allowance, so we need to offset it so that the fabric doesn't unravel. But I'm actually going to use about a 1/4 inch seam allowance for, or not a 1/4 inch, about 1/8 of an inch seam allowance for the hide and a 1/4 inch for the fabric. And I'm going to pull it nice and tight as I sew. But we're just doing that same whip stitch that we used to sew the hide to the hide. Okay, so we made it back to the beginning. Go a few stitches past that. Be careful not to cut your previous stitches with your needle. I'm gonna do one more past that. And then I'm gonna pick up a little bit of the fabric on my needle and tie a knot there. And another knot. And we're going to cut that thread tail. So that end is sewn up. I'm going to pull the lining out, and I can take off these stickers now. Okay. Now I'm going to turn the whole thing right side out. Okay, so we have the fur part of the muff, the lining part of the muff. They're connected on this end. And now I'm going to take the batting and I'm going to take the stickers off. And I'm going to feed the batting in through this end. And this is side 3. Doesn't really matter which way you go. I'm going to have to squish it down a little bit to get it in there. And the batting is shorter than the fur, so you need to try and get it centered in there. It's not going to come right up to the edge. So if you look at the batting pattern piece, you can see it's shorter than the fur. So I'm going to try and get it centered in there as best you can. And then put your hand through the middle of all the batting layers. Grab the end of the lining and pull it through to this side. Okay, so this is side number 2 of our fur pattern piece. And the lining is quite a bit shorter than the fur. So when you pull it up to meet this edge, you're going to have to squish down the fur a little bit. And then we want this seam, which was where our number 6s were, to match up with our number 2 seam on the fur. And we're going to fold that ribbon over and fold over this edge of the lining and then clip those together. And this is the hardest part of making the muff, is sewing the lining to the outer on this last part. This is the last step of making the actual muff. And where each of those dart seams are, which you'll kind of have to feel for because our marks will be hidden by the ribbon, you're going to match up your notch on the pattern, or on the lining piece. You're going to fold that over about 1/4 inch. Feel for the dart seam. Match them up and put a clip there. And then do the same thing all the way around. There's our dart seam. and our notch, fold over, clip together. Dart seam, notch, fold over and clip together. Dart seam, notch, fold over and clip together. So this last step has to be sewn by hand, and we're going to do what's called a ladder stitch, which is also used for closing up stuffed animals, like fabric stuffed animals. It's a stitch that ends up being invisible, even though you're doing it kind of on the outside of the project. Once you're finished with the ladder stitch, it looks invisible. It's a way of closing the last part of the muff without having any visible stitches. And again, if you used a black ribbon, then it would be more invisible. I'm using this light colored ribbon so that it's easy to see what I'm doing on the video. Okay, I'm going back to my sharps needle because I'm just going to be sewing through fabric. And I need a length of thread. And I'm going to put it on the needle the same way we have been, with a big knot on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to start sewing at the end of my ribbon. It doesn't really matter where you sew, where you start. And in this gap here, I'm going to put my needle kind of low. I'm like a 1/2 inch from the top, and then go between the ribbon and the hide and then come up through the top. The reason I'm doing that is so that my thread tail ends up down inside and it won't be showing on the finished product. Okay, so I have my ribbon folded in, and then this is kind of fighting my fold. I need to make sure that this fabric stays folded about a 1/4 inch over. And my thread's coming out of my satin, so I'm going to go over to the lining side, and I'm going to put the needle in, right into that fold, and then out about a 1/4 inch away from where I put my needle in. I'm not going to pull that really tight yet. Next, I'm going to go right on the top of this satin fold, this ribbon fold, right across from where my thread's coming out, in, and then out about a 1/4 inch away. Not going to pull it super tight yet. And then right across from where that thread's coming out, I'm going to go into that fold on the fabric, out about a 1/4 inch away. And then continue doing that for a couple stitches. Until I get to this clip. Okay. Now that I've done a few stitches, I'm going to pull my thread tight, and you can see that my thread kind of disappears. And that's what we want. So I'm going to continue sewing all the way around that same way. And as you're sewing, if you notice that one side or the other is looking longer, once I get to here, it looks like I'm going to have extra fabric. To counteract that, I'm going to push my fabric to the left a little bit before I put my needle in. Just a little bit. And I'm going to do that for a few stitches in a row. And that is going to even out this extra fabric by spreading it out through this area, rather than having one big bubble at the end. Okay, we made it to that point, and that extra lining fabric spread out pretty well. And it looks like I'm going to have a little bit extra lining fabric again. So I'm going to do that trick again. I just push it to the left a little. If you were sewing right-handed, you'd probably push it to the right. Just to spread out that little bit of extra. You want to make sure you pull your thread tight enough that you're hiding the stitches, but not so tight that it starts to make the opening smaller. I'm going to continue right on past where I started. So I'm overlapping my stitches. And that will give extra strength to the beginning and ending of my stitching. Okay, so I passed my beginning by about an inch. Now I'm going to tie a knot. And I'm going to catch a little bit of that lining fabric with the needle, and then do the usual knot. I'm going to do that twice. And then if I clip this really close to my knot, then it's pretty likely that my knot will unravel. And if I clip it out here, then I'm going to have a visible thread tail. So to hide that, I'm going to put my needle right next to where my knot is. And then I'm going to have the needle go in between the layers and then out somewhere farther down inside the muff. And then pull it and clip it close to the fabric. So that way I was able to leave a longer thread tail, but it's hidden inside. Okay, so now the last thing to do is even out where the lining fabric is. The lining fabric is shorter than the fur. So right now it's scooched over like this. So I need to kind of pull it over so that the ends of the fur are equally tucked in on either side. Okay, so kind of feel around back and forth and double check that the lining is centered and the fur ends are tucked in, like here. So if that's the fur, it folds over about an inch on each side, with the lining centered in the middle. And having that edge fold in like that makes it nice and fluffy to keep the air out around your arms. And that feels good. Okay, so the muff itself is done. The last thing we have to do is to make the waist strap, or the lanyard. I guess could go around your neck too if you wanted. So now we're gonna make the lanyard strap or the belt strap, depending on how you want to use it. I like to get these purse straps that are 1 inch wide and like 60-65 inches long. Plenty long. You might even need to trim it down. You'll need some sort of a clip and a slide buckle. So first we're going to use the clip and put it on so that the clip is on the side of the shiny side of the leather. And we're going to fold it over so we have 2 inches or so of extra leather. And my favorite glue again. Okay, glue on there. I'm going to clip this so it stays in place while the glue dries. Okay, while we are waiting for that glue to dry, we'll work on the next step. For the next step, need a relatively straight edge. And I'm going to cut a piece like 4 inches long, which is longer than I'm going to need, but it's a good place to start. And when we have our strap folded over so it's adjustable, you end up with 2 layers of the strap. And it's nice to have a little leather keeper piece that you can slide up so that these 2 pieces of leather don't separate and it just doesn't look as nice. Okay, so we have our little 4-inch piece of leather, and you're going to fold in half your leather strap, fold over your 4-inch piece, and then mark where you need to cut off the end, which you can really just use your nail. If you can't see that, you can use a gel pen. Cut that off. And then I'm going to fold this over again. Make sure it's not too tight because it is going to have to slide. And glue again. Okay, that opened up when I took it off, but that's fine. Just put the pieces back together and then clip it. So that dries. Okay. The glue dries pretty fast, so now we're ready to get back to the clip end. I'm going to put 2 holes, one here and one here. They're about 3/4 of an inch apart, roughly. And I'm going to use size 2.5. Okay, so now I have those holes. I'm going to take my medium-sized rivets. So it's a 9mm cap, and I think it's a 9mm post too. I'm going to put it through those holes. If I didn't have rivets, like if you don't want to buy rivets, which is fine, I would loop thread through there a bunch of times and then knot it off, and that will hold just as well. Kind of like how we used thread to tie these on, except instead of doing 4 holes, it would just be 2, and you'd just go back and forth and then tie it off. But if you have rivets, you can use rivets. And you can use the hammer style setter, or if you have a press, you can use your rivet press. Okay, so that's on there. That buckle's not going anywhere. Now I'm going to set a rivet in our little loop. I'm just going to punch 1 hole right in the middle. If you needed to close it up with thread, then I would do 2 holes on the sides and then stitch it up with thread. And make sure you look from the top to double check that you're going to be in the middle of where your layers are overlapping and not like off the side on one of them. This one's a little tricky to get in the rivet press. You kind of have to pull the back part to the side so that that can fit in your cup. Okay, we have that. So now we're at the stage where we need the muff and figure out which way you want to have it arranged. This is the hair going away. If you flip it over, or I guess this is the hair going away. This is the hair coming towards you. I prefer it this way, to have this side be the front top, the hair going away from you, and the straps or the loops would face your belly. If you're right-handed, then you probably want the clip to be on the right side. So clip that on the right and take your excess leather over to this side. So you need your slide buckle and your loop of leather. And the first thing you're going to do is put your slide buckle on your leather strap. Then you're going to put it through the leather loop. And then you're going to put it through the O-ring on the muff. You're going to go through the leather loop again. Okay, so it's looking like this. I'm going to push a bunch of slack up through the slide buckle so that I have room. Holding it like this, I'm going to put the end of my strap up through here, and I'm on the side of that slide part that's towards me, and then it's going to go down on the other side of that slide bar. And then I'm going to glue this and then rivet it. Before I do that, I'm going to clip it so I can check the length of the strap. Okay, so it is adjustable. You can adjust it smaller or bigger. So check If you want to wear it around your neck, hang it around your neck and see if that's a good length. If you want to wear it around your waist, put it around your waist and check that. You're not going to be able to make you can't make the leather piece any longer, but if you have it adjusted as small as it'll go and it's still too big for your waist, you might want to cut down the length a little bit. Keep in mind that if you're wearing it around your waist, you're probably going to have some more layers on, a couple under layers and your winter coat. But for the sake of demonstration, let's say that this is just too long for me and I need it to be shorter. So I would take out my clips. I would pull out some more of this leather end here, cut it off however much I need to cut off. If it's 2 inches too long, I would cut off 2 inches. And then I want to get this back down to about 1.5 inch or 2 inch overlap. And then I'm going to glue it. Wait for the glue to dry and then set my rivets in there. And this step, making this belt part is always a little bit tricky. Sometimes I have to do it more than once because I mess it up the first time or sometimes the second time. Okay, so now that the glue is dry, I'm gonna punch my holes. And then set my rivets in there. So that is our strap. I like metal because it's not going to break. Like plastic might crack or break eventually, but it is a little bit noisy. So if you're worried about the sounds of the metal, then you can take either some scrap fleece or some scrap leather if you have buckskin, and I'll show you how to wrap it around so that we don't have any of this noise. You'll need a piece about 12 inches long and roughly 1/4 inch wide. It does not have to be perfect. So once you have that, you're going to lay it over the ring on one side and keep about 2 inches loose there because we're going to need that to tie off at the end. And clip it on the ring. And then we're just going to wrap this leather around. And I'm not getting it super close because we're going to have to wrap around twice. So leave some gaps and then you'll cover up the gaps with the second wrap. Don't worry too much if hairs are getting stuck in there, we'll get those out at the end. So wrap until you get to the other side of the loop or the ring, and then wrap back the other way, covering over those gaps. And now we're back to the beginning. I'm going to tuck both of those ends under and then just tie a simple knot. Okay, so that is going to prevent the clip from clanking, but we still have this joint that's loose on the clip that will make noise. So to stop this piece from clanging around, you need another piece of leather or fleece from your lining fabric about 8 inches long and about 1/4 inch wide. And I'm going to start with it kind of in the middle under that neck area and cross them and then put them through that loop. And then bring them around to this side and knot them here. And that stops it from jangling, but it will still rotate. So now you have your nice metal hardware that's not going to break, but is also quiet. And then it's all finished up. Your muff is done. And next you can make the belt bag to go on the strap. When you're ready to make the bag, you're going to need pattern pieces D, E, F, and G, and some leather. If you made a pair of gauntlet mittens and you bought a whole hide of leather for your palms, this is an excellent use for the rest of the leather. Otherwise you can buy some leather or repurpose an old leather couch or old leather coat, whatever you want. This is buckskin. This is probably about 4 ounces thick, which is about ideal for the bag. You can see I've already used most of it for something else. You're going to want to look at the hide and see if there's any blemishes to avoid, and mark those on the other side. Normally, on a light colored hide like this, I would use just a ballpoint pen. If you're using a dark hide, you can get a gel pen, which will show up better on the hide. I'm going to use a Sharpie for the tutorial so it's easier to see. So I can see right here, there's a little area that I wouldn't want on my bag, so I'm just going to kind of circle those areas so I know what to avoid. Let's see, there's a little pen mark right here. You can't really get pen out of leather, so I'm going to mark that on the back side too, so I know to avoid that spot. And then old price there. And I'm going to trace the pattern pieces onto the suede side of the leather. And there's also the stamp there from the tannery, which I can mostly see from the suede side, so I'm not going to mark that. And then you can choose how you want to lay out the pieces of the bag. This is going to be the front of the bag. This will be the back of the bag, with the flap also coming around to the front. Generally, the strongest part of the hide is along the center back, and the belly and the leg areas are going to be stretchier. So if you can, try and arrange your pattern pieces so that the structural part of the bag, which would be the front and the bottom of the back of the bag, need to be the strongest. The flap doesn't really need a lot of strength. So I would do something like this. Could do that. Could do this. There's a million options. Make sure you also leave room to cut one of this if you want the pocket. This is going to be the pocket. So one of piece G and cut 2 of piece E. Also, if you want kind of a more interesting front flap, if you want it like more natural looking, you could use one of the natural edges for the flap. Cut it out like that, and then your flap will look like that, or one of the legs, scooch it up. This is going to be where the front part of the bag ends, so make sure that you have the full width there at those T marks, and then this part would be the flap of your bag. But for now, I'm going to cut it out according to the pattern. And I also showed you earlier how to enlarge or shrink the pattern pieces if you want to make a different size bag. I'm going to look at the front side of the leather again to see if there's anything that I really want to showcase. Pretty much all looks the same, so that's not going to influence me. You can use an awl or a nail if you don't have an awl. We need to punch some holes for spots that we're going to mark. So this is the stitch line for the pocket. So I need to mark these marks at the 4 corners. This is where we're going to have our loop that will go over the button. So that's where these holes are going to be. So I need to punch that out. Doesn't have to be exact, but try and get it pretty close. And I'm going to sew the pocket onto the inside of the bag. So I need to mark these on the suede side, which is what we're tracing onto. And then for piece D, need to mark there, which is where we're going to attach the button. And then I need to mark the 4 corners of these stitch lines, which is where we will attach the loops that our belt is going to go on. And this stitching is going to be on the other side of the leather, the right side. When you're sewing fabric or leather or fur, there's a right side and a wrong side. The right side is the side that you want showing on your finished item, so right side. The wrong side is the side that you want hidden on your finished item. So for fabric, this is the right side, this is the wrong side. For leather, usually the shiny side is the right side, the suede would be the wrong side. For fur, the fur is the right side, the hide is the wrong side. So the loops are going to be on the right side of the bag, and so I'm not going to mark these on the wrong side or the suede side of the leather. I'm going to wait. Okay, back to tracing. I like washers for pattern weights. Just holds the pattern down as you trace around it. And then I'm going to mark where I made those holes. And I need to mark these hash marks or notches all the way around, because that's going to make it easier when we're sewing the bag. I'm gonna check and make sure that all of my marks transferred. They did. And then just the tiniest bit, I need to make sure that these notches are on the pattern piece, because right now if I cut this out, I'm going to lose all my notch marks. So go in just a little bit. And then I'm going to mark this as pattern piece F. And I'm putting it here because that's going to get covered with the pocket. Anything that you write in here, you'll be able to see inside the bag, which isn't a big deal, but just something to keep in mind. And we're going to do almost the same thing with this piece. This I can mark now. That's where the button's going to go. Need to mark my hash marks. That one's a T, just so you know where the top will be on the other piece. I'm not going to mark these holes because those need to be on the right side of the pattern piece. Okay, so there's those. And I also need to cut out my cut 2 leather of these bag pieces. Oh, I forgot to mark this as piece D, which I'm going to write in this corner. Anything you write on the back of the flap will be visible when you lift the flap up. Anything you write inside the bag, you can see when you open the bag. So I'm going to make that subtle. And this piece is a square, so you don't have to worry about marking the stitch lines. They're just there so you know when you're sewing it to match up the stitch lines. Just more for a visual, not so much needed for marking on the pattern piece. This is piece E. And then this is the pocket. I think I want some of this stamping on the pocket because it's kind of cool. I'm going to put the pocket here. We'll get some of that stamping on the bottom and also minimize waste in between pieces. So now I'm going to cut these out. You can cut them out with a good pair of scissors, or if you have a cutting mat and a rotary blade, you can use that. If you have a rotary blade, I strongly recommend you get a cut-resistant glove so that you don't slice off parts of your fingers, because it's very easy to do with a rotary blade. And when I'm cutting out these pieces, I want to cut off the lines that I've drawn. So that I don't have dark lines all around the piece. I always find it easier to do a rough cutout first and then go back and trim away all the excess. We're also going to need a strip of leather about 18 inches long and 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch wide. Use a ruler so you get a straight line. Let's see, so we're not going to get 18 inches there. We can get 18 inches here, and be careful of previously cut lines. We want to cut those off so that they don't end up in our leather piece. So that's one side. And if you have a clear ruler, it makes it really nice and easy. I'm going to go for, I'm going to mark it at 3/8 of an inch. But when I cut it, I'm going to cut it slightly narrower. trim the ends so they're pointy, then it'll be easier to thread through the holes in the leather when we get to that step. Set that aside. Okay, we have all of our pieces cut out. This one is marked all the way. This one, if you remember, still needs some marks on the right side. So I'm gonna line that up. Make sure it doesn't move and mark those stitch lines where I punched the holes with the awl. Good. So with the bag, with any leather sewing, if you're sewing leather to leather, the trick to really nice, easy sewing is glue. I like Beacon Fabri-Tac. It dries fast, and it's almost like a liquid hot glue, so it dries kind of plasticky, but still flexible. You can get it in a bottle like this, or you can get some little tubes. This and this are the same. They are not super glue. I'm going to use the little tube because it's a little bit more precise with that smaller tip, and my bottle is getting pretty low and it takes forever for the glue to go from the bottom to the top to put it on. So the first piece I'm going to glue is piece G to piece F where that pocket goes. And I'm going to put some glue from one mark down to the next. We don't want a lot because we don't want it to squish out when you put down the other piece. Okay, and no glue across the top there because it needs to be a pocket. And then I'm gonna line up this piece, but you can see that the marks are narrower than these corners. So what I want to do is cover up the marks, not align them perfectly. So my marks are covered. It's pretty even. I'm going to press it. And then bonus, if you have some pattern weights to put down, to put some weight on that glue while it's drying. That'll help it to stay nice and secure. And then I'm going to do the same thing, almost the same thing with these, but I'm marking horizontally. So I'm marking where those stitch lines would be for that. And for this piece, for piece G, I marked where those stitch lines are. Or I glued where those stitch lines are. Don't glue the top because it's supposed to be a pocket. And for these, we're gluing along the top and the bottom so that our belt can go through the middle. This glue gets a little stringy like hot glue does too. And then I'm going to cover up those marks, eyeball it so I can see that it's fairly even. Do the other one. You might want to keep some paper towel handy to clean off the end when it gets gunky. That one is glued. This one is ready, And we also needed to make sure we were gluing this one wrong sides together, wrong side to wrong side, whereas this is going right side to wrong side. Now, it doesn't really matter that much. It just depends on what you want showing, I guess. And this is dry enough to work with. That glue dries pretty fast. So that's going to be ready to sew. I'm going to thread my needle the same way. You can wax your thread if you want to. Just gives it a little bit more grip in the leather when you're sewing. I'm going to tie my knot on the end and pass the tail through 4 times. 3, 4, so that I end up with a pretty big knot on the end. And I'm going to trim this down to 1/2 inch or so. And then thread the other side through my needle. Now we're going to do a different stitch than we did when we were sewing up the hide. When we're sewing up the hide, we use a whip stitch. This is going to be a running stitch. And we're basically just going to go in and out, in and out, in and out. But when I get started, I want to do the same sort of a back stitch. So I'm going to put the needle in 1/2 inch or so from the top and push it out to the back side of piece F. And you're going to have to watch your fingers while you're sewing this. So you're going to use one hand to feel for where you need to place your next stitch, but keep it out of the way so that you're not stabbing through. So from this side, I'm going to sew about 1/4 inch away from that first stitch, and I'm pushing up through, and I need a thimble. And then on the top, and I'm going to go over the top. And then I'm going to back stitch. So I'm going about in the middle of those two. And then aiming for the middle here. Pull that snug, and then we're kind of going for straight stitches. And this is not necessarily easy sewing. I'm using a black thread on this beige leather so that it's easy to see. If you match your thread to your leather, it'll be harder to see and it'll hide any mistakes or wavering in your stitch lines. So we're just taking the needle in and out. And I'm sewing about 1/8 inch away from this edge here. If you have a leather sewing machine, you can use that to sew it down with just a straight stitch. And it's a pretty rustic bag, so if your stitching looks rustic, that is so fine. And sometimes the fingers that I use to pull the needle out get sore, so sometimes I'll take a little piece of leather, cut it out, and just glue it so that I have a little support for pulling the needle also. And a little more grip. And the reason we started sewing a 1/2 inch away from the top and we put our needle through just the back side first is to hide the knot and also to give it more support at the top. If you start with your knot right at the top, you're going to be able to see it, and it's more likely to pull out when there's stress on that pocket. When you're doing a running stitch, it's pretty easy to forget which side your needle's on and put a stitch through the wrong side. So if you do that and you end up with a loop of thread around your project, take the needle off, pull your thread out, rethread, and keep going. And that's why I prefer sewing like this instead of tying the needle onto the thread. And I'm just using the same thread that I used for sewing up the hide. It's just a upholstery weight thread. Okay, so now I'm going to do kind of a wide stitch up to this corner and then back stitch and sew off my thread. Okay, and this part is a little bit tricky. To tie off the thread, I'm going to go through right here, but I only want to get the needle into the pocket and not out the back side. Okay, and that way I can tie off my thread inside the pocket and hide the thread tail. So, like we did with the fur when we were sewing up the fur, I'm going to get a little bit of, I'm going to pass the needle through a little bit of the hide, not under a thread because I'll probably cut it with the glover's needle, through the first loop, through the second loop, pull, slow. And then one more time through a little bit of the hide, through the first loop, through the second loop, pull, slow. And then I'm going to leave a little bit of a thread tail. If you're worried about that untying, you could put a little dot of glue on it. Heck, you could even put a dot of glue there and then put some glue down the seam and glue down the thread tail so it won't stick out. Okay. Does it look perfect? No, but it is cute. And we're going for done. Perfect is the enemy of done. Don't worry about it being perfect. That's going to be showing on the outside of our bag. That'll be the inside of our bag, and we have a nice little pocket. So next we're going to do the same sort of thing to sew these on, but we're just going to stitch along the top and bottom. Top and bottom. So we're going to do basically the same thing on these loops, except we're just going to sew across the top and the bottom. So we need some thread, not a whole lot. And if you want to wax your thread, you can. wire knot on the end. And I'm going to trim that thread tail down to about 1/2 inch. Thread my needle on the other end. I'm going to start the same way that I started stitching on the pocket. I'm going to put the needle in between the 2 layers and push out towards the back. So that way my thread tail will end up hidden in here. And then I can back stitch. And that'll be a nice strong seam. You definitely want these seams to be strong because that's what's going to hold the pouch, the bag, onto the belt around your hand muff. We're trying to sew about 1/8 of an inch away from that edge. Again, it does not have to be perfect. We just want it to be effective. Once I get to the end there, I'm going to back stitch. And then instead of tying off the thread, I'm going to cheat a little bit and go through just the back layer and work the thread down to the next sewing line. And that way I don't have to tie off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. I can just tie off 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a little tricky to show, but pushing the needle through still doing a running stitch, but I'm only going through 1 layer of leather, not both layers. When you do this, be careful not to stab yourself. Okay, so now I've ended up about here. I'm going to move the needle over to get closer to my 1/8 inch from the edge, and then sew that way and then back this way. Okay, so we back stitched, and now I'm going to put the needle through just the back side. Come through the middle there. So that I can tie it off in here like I did with the pocket. And if you want, you can go back and glue down the first thread tail too. Okay, one done. Same thing on the second one. Okay, there we go. Those loops are sewn on. They're going to be effective. And the next thing we need to do before we sew the pouch together is punch some holes there. That's going to be where the leather lace goes through. And it's these marks that we marked from the pattern. So I'm gonna set my hole punch to 3.5, and I believe it is millimeters, 3.5 millimeters. Let's see if this fits in there. It's gonna be easier to put the lace in now compared to after the bag is assembled. So from the right side, or the shiny side of the leather, now I want it to go through like this, with the suede to the inside of the loop and the right side facing out. Okay, those go through the right side. Keep them nice and lined up, and then through the wrong side to the right side. Okay, there we go. And I'm just gonna do a simple knot on the end of them. This I'm going to fold up and out of the way for the sewing part. If you were sewing this on a leather sewing machine, then I would wait until the last thing to lace that, because that would create some bulk when you're trying to sew. But if you're sewing it by hand, it's easier to put the lace through before you sew it. So we're going to take this piece D, right side up, and this is piece, what was this, F? Yeah, piece F, right side down, so that we're sewing with our right sides together, right side to right side. And I'm going to use some sewing clips to make these notch marks match up. We're going to glue it before we put the clips on. Okay, so I'm going to glue from the T, on the right side though, from the T down up to the other T. Okay, now right sides together, and you're going to have to be careful when you set this down, because if you need to adjust it, you might be smudging the glue around. So I'm going to roll this up a little bit so that I'm just matching up one side at a time. And sometimes the leather has stretched out of shape a little bit when you're cutting it, which is why these notch marks are helpful to make sure that it's matching up where it's supposed to. They're also helpful if you're machine sewing it. I'm going to show how to sew this by hand, but you could use a leather sewing machine. You could even use a fur sewing machine around the edge. If you're sewing it by hand or using the fur sewing machine, you can use 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. It's labeled on the pattern. If you're sewing it with a leather sewing machine, I would recommend using a 1/4 inch seam allowance because it's easier to manage on the machine. It's just going to make your bag a little bit smaller, which is not a big deal. Okay, notches are matched up. That glue will dry. You can give it a few minutes to dry if you want to, but I'm just going to get started on sewing. So I'm going to use more thread because I have a longer way to go, and I can always tie off and put more thread on the needle if I need to. Tie off your end. We're going to do a whip stitch to sew this together, which is the same stitch we did to sew the fur. I'm going to back stitch and then continue on. If I was sewing this with the fur sewing machine, you can't do a traditional back stitch on a fur sewing machine. So what I would do is I would start on this side. So the fur sewing machine feeds from left to right. So I would sew starting here, around the corner, around the other corner, and stop here. And then I would take my project off the machine, I would turn it around, and then I would sew over the same stitches from here, about 1 inch or 2 down, and stop and take it off the machine, and then do the same thing on the other side. Start here, sew up there, stop, take it off the machine, and that is how I would effectively do a back stitch on the fur sewing machine, since you can't sew backwards on it like you can on a regular sewing machine. If your thread's getting to the point where it's twisting up like that, you can take it off the needle and just run your finger down it, and it'll help it to untwist. So now it's not twisting up on itself and tangling. Let's go through a little bit of the hide. Make my knot. Go through the hide and make another knot. Just to be extra secure, I'm gonna go through just this one layer of the hide a little bit. To kind of hide that thread tail. I'm going to cut it and glue it down. So now our bag is inside out, so we sewed it inside out. We can turn it right side out. Push up the corners. So the last thing we need to do is sew the button on the bag so that we can close it up. You can use a regular button. I recommend using something large, like at least an inch, or an antler toggle is nice, like the end of an antler tine with a couple holes drilled in it. That would be really cool. Or a piece of a bone would be really neat, something like that. We're going to use the same needle and heavy duty thread. You're not going to need a whole lot of thread, and we're going to tie it, but this time I'm going to leave kind of a long thread tail. 2, 3, 4. We're making a big knot again. Leaving that long thread tail. So we're going to use that to tie off and hide our knot at the end. Okay, so there's my mark for the placement of my button. But my button has 2 holes side by side, so I want to put the needle through next to that mark and not on the mark, because if I put it through on the mark, then my button's going to end up off center. So I'm actually going to go through the top. So my thread tail is coming off on the top, and that is what I want. Not going through the button yet, but I'm going to hold the button over where that thread tail is and through the hide and the other hole. And that's actually not super even. I'm going to adjust that a little bit. Because ideally I do want this button, those 2 buttonholes to be level. Ideally. Although we're going for done, not necessarily perfect. Okay, once you've done a few passes and you feel like your button is secure, more than a few passes, several passes, I'm going to take my needle through the buttonhole, which is right next to where my original thread tail came out, and not through the back side of the leather. And then I'm going to cut that. And then I have my thread tail that I just cut off the needle and my original one with the knot on it. I'm going to knot those together with a good square knot. I'm going to square knot it twice. And then I'm going to cut these thread tails shorter than the button, and then they'll be hidden behind the button rather than tying the knot on the back side. There, so now I can close the bag securely if it's empty, or if I need to take my thread with me. I can also secure the bag closed when it's full of stuff, just by adjusting this lace. So now that your muff is done and your belt bag is done, you can put your belt bag on the muff belt. And you'll probably want to slide it all the way over to this side so that you're not having to deal with the weight of the belt bag on the clip side every time you take it on and off. There you go.